Good day, sports fan. Good day, Colorado fans. My bandwagon Buff Nation. What up, everyone? Thank you for clicking on this video. I do appreciate it. Welcome to TLP Live. I am your host, Harry B. The B means billion. If you are new around here, you're not familiar with this here channel. And if you look around here on the YouTube channel, you see content that you appreciate, that you find value in. Do me a favor and please hit that subscribe button. If the subscribe button is too expensive for you, I got another free one. It's the like button. That one is also free. You hit that like button. It does a little bit of shimmy to the YouTube algorithm, lets the YouTube universe know that I am live. Also, if you're watching this in the post-broadcast, it lets you know that you like this video and you find some type of value in it. And if you like everything that's going on, you're like, man, I like his take, or I just hate his takes, but I like to be a part of the haterade or whatever it is. You can hit the bell notification so that way anytime I go live or anytime I upload a video to the YouTube universe, you will be one of the first ones to be notified that a video is up or that I am live, and you can join the community. Right there, guys, right there on your screen, you will see at the top of your screen, you will see Join TLP Live. This is a live show where I'm not afraid to have a conversation with an opposing view, with a, you know what I'm saying? I guess everybody's in love. There's love everywhere. We're in the echo chamber, whatever you want to call it. If you want to come on here and voice your opinion, you want to get out of the comment section, guys, right there on your screen, you will see Join TLP Live at gmail.com. That's how you call into the show. And for those of you who are generous and you want to donate to your boy, because this is my second income, you feel me? I do this for a living also, with other things that I do. But yeah, Cash App is right there, and the $ TLP Sports Club. If you are listening on audio only, you're driving or you're working out, you're doing something and you're like, I cannot watch the video, but Harry B, your voice is soothing, or not. Or at least you have enough energy to get me through my workout or through my long drive to wherever I am headed to, especially if you're on the West Coast in California, somewhere in Texas, and you're stuck in traffic. And this is, you know what I'm saying? You just need somebody to wake you up, because you just say drowsy driving is like alcohol driving. So I am glad to be part of your day. Thank you so much for inviting me onto your phone, your device, your television. If you're watching on your refrigerator, get a drink and sit down or keep standing. I don't know, but let's go. There's a lot to be talked about in college football today. I had to come on and have a conversation with you. There's a lot going on. We got the Colorado jersey controversy situation going on. We got the Nico Aliyama situation going on. There's so many mixed messages with that, whether he's committed to UCLA or he was offered and he has not decided whether to take the offer, because the offer is significantly less than what he was asking for. And do you take an offer to a bottom Big Ten team coming from a mid-tier or top-tier SEC team? Is that an upgrade? Is that a downgrade? We want to talk about all of that. And then we want to talk about this whole NIL situation that's going on in college football. We've talked about it extensively here on the TLP Sports Club Network. That sounds good. TLP Sports Club Network. Imagine. I see all of the possibilities now. The network. Maybe I invite another creator, somebody who has some great takes and they're very energetic and they want to, you know what I'm saying? They want a platform that's already on its way up. Network sounds good. And I just put them on the TLP platform. That sounds good. Okay, God. Work it out, Lord. Amen. Anyway, so yeah, man, on the TLP network. So listen, there's a lot of conversations going on. We talked about the NIL situation, man, and extensively here. And the NIL has a lot of different avenues that it can go. Right now, I feel like there's no regulation. The regulation should be coming real soon, where there's supposed to be a bargaining. There's supposed to be a 20 mil per school that you can spend on how you want to spend it. We got to talk about that, because I feel like right now it's the wild, wild west, and everything goes kind of right now. And then again, I'm going to ask you, is Nico to be blamed, or can you blame the players? When we get to that segment, I will ask you all the questions, and we will talk about that. Hey man, I got a great show for you today. Lots of conversations all over the place. And then I'm going to introduce to you a new segment that I will be doing here on TLP Sports Club called Harry B Reacts to Their Reactions. It sounds a little weird and silly, but yeah, I'm going to be doing a new segment where I react to your favorite sports analyst or your favorite creator when they do something that I feel like they had a good point. This is a lot of videos that I may consume that you may not be privy to, and how reaction videos are prevalent on YouTube, or they're all over the place. It gives you an opportunity to see what I'm looking at on YouTube, right? Where the different corners of YouTube that I'm finding videos at, content or reactions that you may not have been familiar with, other creators that you may not have heard of. So I will do a reaction to their reactions and bring you content that maybe you haven't been privy to. All right. So I'm not just going to pick the popular ones that everybody knows. I'm going to scour the internet, and I'm going to find different content reactions to sports, different sports talk, mainly college football. But if it's something interesting outside of college football, I will react to it and bring that to you. This is my attempt to diversify my portfolio here on TLP Sports Club. And, give you something a little bit more than just Colorado content. Because Colorado content, I have maxed out. A lot of the fan base are upset with me, which is totally fine with me. Let me correct that. Not a lot of the fan base. The Dion Prom sexuals, the sensitive types, they stay upset for no reason, okay? They're not football people. They just get upset for no actual reason. Well, some of them are football people. They're just sensitive people, okay? Anyway, I don't care either way, okay? Like my guy, JR Boxing said, look, you don't owe me nothing, and I don't owe you a jack. It's YouTube, bro. Okay? I do a video. You like it, you give it a thumbs up, or you move away. If you don't like it, you still move away. Who cares? It's YouTube, my guy. It's free stuff. I can't figure out for the life of me why people take free stuff so seriously. Bruh. You're a homeless guy. I give you a sandwich. What is this, bologna? Yeah, it's bologna. You're hungry. Remember, you're homeless? Man, I don't eat bologna even when I have money, okay? I tried, okay? I tried. Anyways, join TLPlive@gmail.com. It's the email, guys. I got to take this off the screen. We got to talk about our first thing. Let me go ahead and take this off the screen, guys. The first thing we want to talk about my guy, or our guys, Lee Corso, man. He's moving on with his career. Pretty much became like Biden. Hard to understand, to make out what he's talking about. And it was a little hard it was hard, guys. It was really hard to really, like, you couldn't, man. I'm like, bro, what is he talking about now? You know what I'm saying? But when the OGs retire, the OGs are trying to hold on. When you do something that is like, you know what I'm saying? Like when you're doing something that you love, there is no retirement. Like, how can you retire from just doing things you love, right? So I guess I don't really necessarily consider this a retirement. It was just like it ran its course. There's not a lot he could have done more, you know what I'm saying? Because this is the thing. You're on live television, right? This is my take on it. You're on live television, so it makes it really hard when, like, you're having conversations, and then it makes it hard for people to understand what you're saying, because at this point and at this age, the sentences and the way that he brought it, the energy that he had, the energy is different now. And not that he's not capable of doing this, because I don't want to make this an age shaming type of thing, but it was just very hard to really understand what he was saying at times. And unfortunately, it happens. You know what I'm saying? Just like Biden, Biden, I mean, when you call Biden with Barack Obama, or President Barack Obama, when you catch him with, it's Biden was a formidable guy. He was a good politician, and he has, even though everybody can say, hey man, politics is corrupt and everybody's corrupt. Yes, but you may have that sentiment out there, but there are some people who will play the game in front of you that will play a little bit more, they'll play it kind of fair, or at least try to make it fair. But Biden was a good politician, and he's at the point where his energy and his excitement, the things that he does, are winning, just like Lee Corso. And it's hard to watch now because some of the conversations you're having, it's taking a long time for you to get your words out. And when you get to that age and you got to take a long time to get the words out, it makes it uncomfortable for people to watch. So if you watched, his shows, so ESPN says one last show, Lee Corso will make his final College Game Day headgear pick on August the 30th. So I guess that they're gonna have one last show, but he's retiring, and we want to say salute to Lee Corso. I'm sorry, not Corso. I'll tell you a joke. Liberians, we botch everything, okay? Just so you know, we botch everything. Harry is Henry, Corso is Carso. It's like we just speak freely, and whether we're thinking about the words or not, we just go with the flow. It's a Liberian thing, so if I ever slip up and I keep saying it, y'all either gonna catch me and say something or you're not. But that's just what it is. But anyway, I hope you're having a good lunch. If you are on lunch and you are watching or you're listening by your desk, let me get a thumbs up. Let me just see how many people, whenever you can, let me get a thumbs up with how many people are actually by their desk watching, because the work day, the work day is crazy. So a lot of y'all are probably at work and you're watching, right? You're watching or you're listening. So let me get a thumbs up if any of y'all are at work and watching and listening. Don't get yourself in trouble because there's a lot of doging going on around here. So I don't want you to get doged. So if you are at work watching, give me a thumbs up. Sneak and give me a thumbs up. You know what I'm saying? Don't come on and let me know. But anyways, so yeah, man, I said salute to Lee Corso. Okay, let me make sure I get it right. Lee Corso. Salute to Lee Corso at ESPN with the College Game Day ESPN. He's going to be retiring. He's ran his course. Very formidable broadcaster, sports analyst. Knows this, you know what I'm saying? He did his thing, but age happens to all of us, and unfortunately, it has caught up with him. JR Boxing said last day of work. Oh, okay. Oh, so shoot, forget it. Like, you're gonna crash out all day. We crashing out. JR Boxing, we crashing out. You coming on here, we talking. Let's go. You don't care. This is like, yo, you coming there in boxers. Okay, you're coming there in boxers. Get it, JR Boxing. Anyways, don't let that go over your head. But you're coming there in boxers, a wife beater, and not the clean wife beater. You're coming there in a dirty wife beater with boxers, no socks. You're walking through the hallways like what? Say something. You're like, what? You're like, who gonna say something? Oh my goodness. Last day of work, I don't even know why you in there. Forget those people. Come on here, let's talk. So salute to Lee Corso, man, for his many years in college football. And yeah, man. All right, so all right, so next topic, guys. Let's talk about this Colorado jersey retirement situation. There's some things going on at Colorado. Let me bring on these two guys. They were having a conversation. This is kind of like the format. This is sort of like the format of my reaction show. So I guess I get to do a live for y'all, and y'all get to kind of understand like how I may, approach this Harry B reacts to their reactions. All right. So let me talk. My guys, this is one of my guys, Kevin Borber from Athlon Sports. And they're talking about Colorado. They're going to be talking about the jersey situation as well. But yeah, let's talk about the jersey situation. Let me see how y'all feel out there. I've had some time to ponder. I made a video. It's on the page. Y'all didn't, y'all are, doing your thing. In that video, I have a lot of research that I mean, not a lot of research. I did a little bit of digging on the person that wrote the letter and all of that, and I will talk a little bit about him. But yeah, so there's some opposition. There are people who feel some kind of way about it. So I wanted to talk about it. This is the opportunity to talk about it. But Kevin Borba, who covers the Buff, he's Locked On Buff. This is Locked On Buffs with Spencer McLaughlin, and they're doing a joint show with Kevin Borba, who actually Spencer covers. He is Locked On. I think it's Locked On College Football. Yeah, Locked On College Football. Spencer on your left, or depending on how you're seeing it, on your right, and then Kevin Borba. They're talking about Colorado. Let's go.
Colorado's active in the transfer portal. Sky is blue, clouds white, sun yellow, and hot. Yeah, these are all equally surprising things. Kevin Borba.
So he's obviously not a Colorado fan. So if the hair on the back of your neck started to stand up when he's saying the sky is blue, if that's how that means that you are a Deion fan who likes Colorado. Okay, that's how we're gonna start categorizing people. You're a Deion fan. You're not a Colorado fan.
Borba, Locked On Buffs, joining me here to discuss. Has Colorado gotten better so far with the spring transfer window and guys who they've had enter into the program? Because I like a couple of their additions, but then there are a couple of departures where I'm like, oh, I don't know about that.
Yeah, I think they've gotten better. Honestly, we could touch on the departures real quick just because of the guys that left. I think there was like one that really hurts, and that's Isaiah Augusta, the running back who came in from Arkansas. And this isn't necessarily to say that he's a superstar by any means. I mean, Colorado had the worst rushing attack in college football last year, so don't know if any of them are actually like superstars. But he was like the best of the group. So losing him hurts. They lose Savion Riley, who was a safety that provided some depth and I thought had a chance to start. But I really like their addition of Memphis offensive line transfer Xavier Hill. He could play inside, outside, was Memphis's highest graded player, has a ton of starts under his belt. Was an All-American, like the conference type player. He could have been an All-American, right? Like,
yeah, I'd never thought about that before. I was an All-American selection. Oh, you're best in the country, best in the conference, not still good. Yeah. But I've never had that conflation before. Thank you for bringing that to my attention.
So it's a little dicey there, right? It's like you could say it, but it's like you have to be
all superstars, all dogs.
Way, or I guess you could say all AAC honors. But
let's confuse the hell out of people, Kevin.
Yeah,
let's mess with them.
An All-American selection. He's massive. He is a large human being, and I think Colorado, even though they've brought in, he's 6'4", 325. By the way, for those keeping track at home, Colorado brought in I think 5 or 6 other linemen in the other portal, and I'm convinced that they're like, we're going to bring in so many linemen that we have to find a combination that's good, and I love that, right? Because when you give up. I think Shador was sacked 94 times in 2 years in Boulder, en route to getting his jersey retired. He fought.
We're talking about that today, by the way.
He fought through a lot, and that line was terrible, right? Had that line been average, I don't think there'd be any discussion of his jersey.
So Colorado got a few people coming in. We got a few people leaving. Obviously, like they said, Gustav being one of the more prominent names that we are familiar with because it is pretty much taking away production. The way that this whole thing works is you're going to have the coming-ins and then the outgoings. You want to keep the production as much as you can, keep the production, and let the contributors, if they have to leave, let them exit and go find greener pastures. They want playing time, but you're trying to play this game of chess. You want to keep the production. You want to bring in more production. The more production, they don't have to be superstars, just like we know the Big 12 isn't really made up of superstars. The Big 12 is made up of formidable players, serviceable players that can play the game of football, and they're coachable. I think that is the biggest thing that people don't consider. Yes, you're going to have your 4 or 5 stars that are superstars. There ain't that many superstars. All right, just think about it. At the end of the day, if you can name them all, then there can't be that many superstars, because at the end of the day, we have 134 teams. All right, so if you have superstars everywhere, you won't be able to name them up or keep up with all of them. But the reason why we know a lot of these superstars is because God's gifts are only sprinkled amongst just a few. So understand that. So the superstars are just a few and far in between, like the generational talents. You know, the Travis Hunter, the Shadors, you know, the Arch Mannings. You feel me? Like, you can name the superstars. And then the rest are just football players. So Colorado or any other team in the Big 12 does not need to have superstars. We saw that with the Arizona Sun Devils. You don't need superstars. I can't even tell you that Cam Scatterboo was a superstar. I don't think he's a superstar. I think Cam Scatterboo is a star in the making. But he's a really darn good player. Those are the type of things, those are the type of players that you need. Really good players, right? So if he's a darn good player, then you just need the rest to be good players in the Big 12. So Colorado is getting some good players, right? Not no superstars. Like, cut it out, okay? Cut it all the way out. Well, Uncle Balky or Uncle, I forget his name, in Forehouse, cut it out, okay? Colorado don't have superstars anywhere, bro. It's hard to convince the prime sexuals. Like, no, it's not. They're not all superstars. But Colorado has to start. Colorado started building. And Colorado, if you look at what has happened thus far, if you keep up with Colorado, we're keeping Jordan Seaton. We're keeping Cash Cleveland. Yes, Augustav left. But we're keeping some of the formidable people that we're bringing in that are going to be the foundation for Colorado. That's what Colorado needs, just like any other Big 12 team. Now, the Big 12 is not going to make no big splash until the Big 12 gets more money. More money, unless somebody becomes like some type of unicorn, steps out, right, and start doing some ungodly things and like go crazy. Think about having Shador and Travis on the same team. And there was no world-breaking, nothing happening. Think about that. Travis Hunter, the Heisman winner. That means you got the best player in college football. Shador being one of the best quarterbacks in the game of college football. Two of those high-caliber players, and what? We win 9 games. Put it in, let the perspective sit with you. Let that perspective sit with you. So if that's the case, right? If we got 2 of those players, let's say those players are being talked about in the SEC or the Big 10. Those players on other teams, they're probably making their teams go deep into the playoffs or even winning the Natty. In the Big 12, they're just another body. You know what I'm saying? In the Big 12. So the Big 12 ain't going to make no big splashes. I don't know what year. I don't even know if the Big 12 is going to win a playoff game anytime soon. Name a team that you think is capable of winning a Big 12, from the Big 12 winning a playoff game. My research tells me there is no team, at least on paper so far, and what we saw last year. I don't know a Big 12 team that is going to win any playoff game anytime soon. I don't see it. It's not there. All right? And you cannot make your predictions or your analysis based on last year, because the players that were instrumental in last year, those players are pretty much are gone. The instrumental players, they leave. And then I think it takes, the way that it works in college football, if you had a player that was just doing a lot of production, but they weren't really starting because the guy that was starting, he was so darn good, then you can say, okay, that guy is up next. Texas, Arch Manning. You see what I'm saying? That's how it works. But if there wasn't, and that instrumental person leaves, then what would you say? There has to be a down year. I believe that's how you evaluate teams. There will be a down year unless there's a unicorn in the group, unless somebody just sprouts up, right? When you plant seeds, you throw the seeds in the ground. You did everything you had to do. You had the mulch. You had everything. But you really don't know what part of that. You don't know. You're not God, right? You don't know what's really going to happen. So in that same ground with the same amount of seeds or the same type of seeds, You're going to see one that spurts out much bigger. He just taking off. That can happen. That usually does happen. In the Big 12, there's not going to be that many. All right? Now, in the Big 10, in the SEC, and the ACC, you might see some. But which ACC team do you think is going to win a playoff game anytime soon? Which Big 12 team you think is going to win a playoff game anytime soon? We know the Big 10 and the SEC, they're always, I mean, that's their league. I don't know how you want to take it. Get mad, be happy, agree, disagree, call me an idiot. Whatever you want to do, that's up to you. I don't care either way. I'm just telling you how it goes. And it's been going like that for years. So Colorado being in the mix of that, who they're getting, who they're losing, they're not superstars, but they're serviceable players. You need players like that to build a program around. You're hoping like junior and senior year, now we can really make a push and maybe win a playoff game. Because the Big 12, I think the first Big 12 team to win and there's a way to do it. There is really a way to do it because this 12-team system that we got, you can catch one of these teams that are the lower tier teams coming from the group of 5. You can catch one of these teams. You beat them. You won a playoff game. I don't care what anybody says. It's like ball games are not serious, right? We don't take ball games that seriously, right? But if you win it, we count it. We're like, oh yeah, he went to the Pop-Tart Bowl and he won the Pop-Tart Bowl. He won the Rose Bowl. He won this bowl. So I'm trying to tell you that's how it works. So let's keep listening. I got a few more things from these guys.
He should be retired. And then they also went out and got wide receiver Sincere Brown, big dude out of Campbell, 6'5". He's kind of a mystery to me. He started his career at USF, had one catch in 2020 or 2021, then didn't register a stat for the next couple years. Ends up at Campbell and just balls out. And 6'5", like I said, offers some size, and then they lost a receiver today from their recruiting class. So I think all in all, it's been a net positive. And I think they're far from done, right? It's Coach Prime's, it's his prime time. No pun intended. Actually, pun intended.
I was going to say that pun has to be intended. There's no way that was accident. Oh, All
right, so that was for you guys, Colorado fans. Now I want to turn my attention to this jersey retiring. Here's some thoughts on this jersey retiring. There's two sides to this. There's the side where the OGs are feeling some kind of way, especially Dr. Jones, Michael Jones. He's the one that wrote the letter to Coach Prime. He was the captain. Michael Jones was the captain. I don't want to give it all away because I did do a video that is on my page right now, okay, about the jersey retiring. He wrote a letter and he was listing all of the players. It's like, listen, man, this thing that you're doing is not the way that you're supposed to do it. You're supposed to honor the people that built the program, the OGs that built the program and actually won, right? Actually won a natty. So some of the arguments that are being made is this. Colorado is not just any team out here. Colorado is not a team that hasn't done anything. I think this argument is probably the strongest argument. Colorado is not a team that hasn't done anything. Colorado has won a national championship. All right, maybe not in the it is the national championship. If you dig a little deeper, this is when it used to be bold, not in the era of it actually being identified as the national championship, but the bowl game, depending on how big the bowl was at the end of the year, that's what college football determined to be the national championship. Colorado has a national championship. Colorado has a Heisman winner, right? Colorado has won the Big 12 championship and has one other conference champ. I guess when the Big 12 was named differently, Big 8 or something like that. So Colorado has stats, right? So the argument that Dr. Jones, Michael Jones, who was a former player with Colorado, the argument that he was making is that, like, hey, if we're retiring jerseys, let's consider the people that built this program from the ground up. Let's consider them. I think that's a very strong argument. And then the adverse argument is, the challenging argument is that a 13-12 record is not winning. So we have to consider the nuances. We have to consider, why would Shedeur be considered, why would his jersey be considered retired retirement. What exactly are we arguing for? What is the argument that's being made for Shador's jacket to be considered to be retired, right? I think it's linked more so to what Prime was able to do, right? I think we're putting all of that under the Prime nuance. If we're gonna call it maybe a PN, let's call it a Prime nuance, right? Because I think nuance starts with an N. Yeah, we're gonna call it a PN. This is the Prime nuance. Because if in the argument or the explanation of why $10 million being now maybe the 8th highest paid coach, when the contract was written, he was the 4th highest coach, but now there has been some adjustments. On my last live, we pulled up some contracts from CBS Sports, and we've learned that he's now the highest. He's still in the top 10, right? But the argument that Rick George made was that the fact that the impact that Coach Prime brought to Boulder, to the economy, to the school, reviving the school and bringing it back into the prominence, inserting Colorado back into the national conversation. Those are the arguments, right? But is that the same argument for Shador? I think we're borrowing that nuance, and we're kind of like applying that to Shador as well. Because the idea of a jersey retirement, right? When you're going to retire somebody's jersey, you're taking statistical information, impact, and you're evaluating all of that, and then you're saying this person is worth it. Like the fan base will have no question. So it brings me to this question. Do y'all think that Coach Prime should have turned it down? For those of you who don't know, who are not aware, it was not a Coach Prime decision, because I know that some of us probably think like Coach Prime asked for it. According to Matt McChesney on his podcast, AD Rick George approached Coach Prime about 8 months ago, and he suggested that it happened. He was opposed to it at first, but then after they went, he was like, this is in the beginning of the season when they were like 4-8, right? So when it comes to so then you get to the record, right? The 9-4 and going to a bowl game. So with all of that taken into consideration, now you say, hey, maybe it's feasible. Maybe now it's plausible that we should do this now, right? I don't think they should have said yes. And this is the reason why I think they should have said no. If we consider the nuances, does Shador being on the team have the same impact as what Prime was able to do because of his bravado, everything that he did for the environment, for the economy, and everything? Is that the same as Shador's impact on the team? Because we don't retire good players' jerseys. We don't. So I cannot make an argument, a viable argument for Shador. Travis Hunter being a Heisman winner, that one is an easy sell, right? He won the Heisman and he won a lot of other awards. So that's an easy sell. But we cannot loop in Coach Prime's impact with Shador. We can't. I don't know how you make that argument. No matter how you look at it, you cannot make that same argument. Now, in my video, right, I talk about that, and I say, no, I don't talk about the fact, because this is new information now. After all of the information that's come out, or at least more information that's come out, this is a new view for me. This is a new perception, it's a new perspective for me that I'm making right now. Because once you weigh both sides, once you take both sides and you say, hey, let's consider all of the elements, or let's consider everything that everybody is saying, then at the end of the day, you can come to a conclusion and say, okay, I can see where Shador, you can't make an argument for Shador because if your brain can go anywhere in any corner of a statistic or impact or anything, what is Shador's impact? You can't find anything. You can't really find anything that is. Keep in mind, we're talking about jersey retirement. Okay, we're not talking about popularity and stuff like that. We're talking about, from a college football perspective, jersey retirement. So for all the prom sexuals and all those people who just are way too sensitive about topics like that when it comes to Prom and his sons, consider jersey retirement as the hook. From a fan's perspective, we are the ones that celebrate that. We celebrate jersey retirement. We literally make the argument and say, there ain't nobody wearing Jordan's jersey on the Chicago Bulls anymore. Right? And then if we start retiring a bunch of jerseys, you're not going to have no clothes for the guys to wear. It's going to be a bunch of naked players. I'm always thinking it to the extreme. Naked players. It's going to be a bunch of naked dudes running around with no jerseys on. No. But I'm just saying, like, you can't retire all the jerseys in college football. And then if you start this type of precedence, then we're not going to have no more jerseys left for Colorado, because you got to go to the national team, right? The national title team. You got to go to the fastest team, the best running back, Eric Bieniemy, 3,000 yards, right? So how does Colorado rectify this? What is the argument for Shador? And it puts a target on the back of those guys. I felt like it was unnecessary. Like, for me, as a college football analyst or somebody who's, building a platform, a creator, I'm a freaking college football analyst. Shoot, let me stop trying to like make it sound like diminish it a little bit so people don't come for me. As a college football analyst, right? Like, what am I thinking? Like, come on now. I'm Brooklyn. Come for me. Anyway, so yeah. As a college football analyst, you got to sit there and you got to think about, where can you find it? Like, I want to find it. Because I'm a fan of Colorado and I'm a fan of Shador and Coach Prime, I want to find it. I want to find where it is for Shador. Like, where it's easy for Travis because he's Heisman. Without the Heisman, you're like, no. But for Shador, I want to find it. Like, all right, let's see if we can make sense out of it. Like, where can we go in our brain on anything that's happening around Colorado where we can find Shador? I can't. He broke some records at Colorado. Yes. But that does not make a jersey retirement. Right? Like, that does not make for jersey retirement. If you are a college football fan, right? And it's a thing that fans relish in. It's a thing that we celebrate. Man, that player was so dynamic. Oh my goodness. You have those stories where you can tell, man, when this player, like, we go back to the bowl game where, like, the Alamo Bowl, like Rudy, like the stories that are going to come out years from now where there was this game that we played. I guess we can think about Baylor when we were down and he brought us all the way back. That's not enough. Like, when they start telling those stories years from now, let's say TRP is like an ESPN and I start doing a documentary on Shador's impact at Colorado, which then eventually led to his jersey being retired. That documentary people will laugh at me for that documentary. I don't think I will have enough content for that documentary to make it viable, because that's historical information. I wouldn't. I'm not against the jersey retirement, but I think it's the optics that we're trying to protect. It's almost like a laughing matter, right? And it should not be. There should not be any argument when you're having a jersey retirement. Like, people around sports, I'm listening to these guys right here, and Spencer McLaughlin, and he's like, why the heck are we retiring Shador's jerseys? Even jerseys. Forget about the Heisman. You know what I'm saying? Like, the USC quarterback who was just drafted #1 overall, I haven't heard anything about his jersey being retired. Like, because you win a Heisman doesn't mean that your jersey gets retired just like that. You play 2 years at Colorado and you're out of here. Like, they're retiring your jersey. Like, put some mileage on it. You know, put some mileage on it. Let the NFL career determine the jersey retirement. Let's say Travis Hunter goes to the NFL, has his way and plays the two-way, right? And he's dominating. Just like this argument, Trevor Noah, the comedian, when he was in South Africa, he was suspended. He was kicked out of a few schools, right? Or he was kicked out of a school. Years later, after he became a national phenomenon, being the host of The Daily Show, after he has built his resume, that same school that expelled him now has his photo up to congratulate him, to commemorate him as ever being associated with that school. You see what I'm saying? In real time, when he was younger, he got expelled. So let's put some mileage on Travis and Shador. They go to the NFL, they light it up, right? Pro Bowl, MVP, everything that comes with it. Leading catcher, leading interceptions. Once you put some mileage on it, you come back, you revisit this. If it was offered, right, in 2025 or 2024, if it was offered 8 months ago, you revisit it, you come back, you say, hey, Pretty Ricky, can we revisit that idea of Travis Hunter and his, and Shador, actually, the Shador being the best passer now in the NFL because of all the accolades out there as an NFL player. Now you want to revisit that. And that's a thing for the fans. Don't pin us against the other fans in college football. You're making us feel like we're laughing stocks, like we're not, we're caricatures. Like, I understand what this means, but it's like you're putting an asterisk on their legacy. It's like you're messing up their legacy before it even like completes. You know what I'm saying? That's what it feels like. It's like, don't rush it. Don't force it, right? Because sports fans are very astute. Sports fans are very intelligent. And most of these things are led by emotion. The emotion, the feeling that you got when your team battled back. And the last second in that Baylor game when Shador threw that touchdown and I forget who went for it at the bottom and caught that. Oh my God, those are the memorable plays that you want to put in a documentary about the impact of this player. But I'm only going to be able to get 2 or 3 footages when major games, Shador playing against the top seed in the, Shador winning games from the top seed, right? Like a ranked team. He never beat any of them. If it was a top seed or a ranked team, he never really beat any of them. We can go back to TCU when TCU was ranked, but everybody knew in college football that TCU should have never been ranked like that because they was losing Max Duggan to the NFL. And where is Max Duggan right now? Max Duggan ain't nowhere to be found. Who took TCU undefeated when Chandler went down in that Colorado game? You feel me? So it's like, all right, so from there, Georgia beats the crap out of TCU, but the next year they're ranked. I think there was 17 when Colorado caught them and beat them. But that was it. After that, it's like nothing. So then you try to make this argument, Stop playing with me, KMS. I'm always like this. Stop playing with me. So it's like, okay, without trying to label me as a hater, consider both sides. Consider the arguments for Travis, and Shador. It's too soon. It's like we say, it's too soon. Okay? Way, way too soon. And this is a time where I think Prime should have said, not now. Because you got to consider it's not a consensus. It's not a consensus, Prime. Like you want jersey retirements, you want these type of things, these type of accolades to be a consensus. There's no shadow of a doubt in anybody's mind that it should be done in sports. Like years from now, if we start talking about Shador and Travis jersey, if they go to the NFL, God forbid, I feel like putting this one in my Liberian language. My piggy, Emma. God forbid, don't piggy that go to the NFL and they stink up the place. Emma. Hey, it's over. You got to unretire those jerseys. Like, we don't want to have to talk about unretiring the jerseys. Just for the sake of laughter and caricature. Like, we don't want that. So, while I'm excited because those are my guys, in hindsight, with more information and having a more collective mindset, I'm now thinking that I feel like you don't want to step on their legacy before it starts, in honest. Their legacy is building. And you don't want this thing to you don't want to retire this jersey, coach. Like, leave it alone. Like, this weekend said we're not retiring the jerseys. Like, do their career and their legacy a favor and put it on pause. Put a pin in this one. Let it fester a little bit. Because you're doing them more of a disservice than you are helping them. Because sports is about conversation. It's a communal thing. We all come together and we talk about sports. We have conversations around the sports. We go to the barbecue. We talk about sports. We talk about our guy. Who's our favorite? LeBron James and Jordan conversation is still going on. We don't even know if they're going to be GOAT status. Like, that kind of thing. For you to do this to our guys, you are not doing them right. Let me bring on my guy DC, and he got something to say about this. DC, I guess you want to spit a little bit of stuff on this. What's up, man? How you doing today? Thank you for calling in.
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good, brother. How about you?
I'm good, man. I'm good. I'm doing well.
I see you bringing that heat. All right, so here's the thing.
Are you ripping and running? Or you can show your face? Or you can show your face? I don't know if I can't find audio. You might have to log off and come back on, DC. Something may have happened. All right, so you're going to come back on. And if you can show your face, that'll be nice. I'm tired of talking to blank faces. It's kind of weird. But yeah, okay, here we go. You back? Are you back?
Yes, I'm back. Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you show your face or not?
I can't show it today because got to shave it up, bro.
Okay,
Meanwhile,
okay.
we're
I
good.
understand.
All right. But from this point on, when I step on Harry B, the face will be shown.
All right,
So
cool.
check this out.
All right.
Here is the thing, is that I totally get the love for Prime, the love for Fedora, all things Prime. But just because, and I understand we're in a new era of football, but just because we're here doesn't mean that everything must now say whatever is done is in decency and order, the phrase we use in church. So the thing I would say with them is that my issue is this. All right, so what was the record? What was the record for
13
Colorado?
and 12.
Okay, 13 and 12. That sounds like mid, right?
You got to step into some doo-doo, but go ahead.
I am. Again, I know folks not gonna like it, but normally jerseys, their consistencies of jersey retirements is that this person did something that was exceptional, right?
Yes.
It means that they had exceptional numbers, which that's a key indicator that Shador does meet. So we have to give that to him. He had an exceptional for Colorado, that the best numbers that any QB has had in several categories. But then after we get the individual accomplishments, it should be the individual accomplishments that led to team success, right?
Hmm.
That's generally how it is. So that's where we're running into that problem. And then that has, and even if you do have individual accomplishment, it must be an exceptional individual accomplishment. That's why Travis is easy to do something nobody has done on
But it's not.
offense and defense.
It's not that easy. No, if you step out and you unfold the sheets,
Well, I hadn't gotten the
right?
time. I'm
It
looking at
ain't that
space, not
easy
time.
because
Yes.
what the president that you're setting is saying that if the next person that wins the Heisman, then you have to retire their jersey.
Well, what I'm saying is, so let's take Devontae Smith. It's that I believe that his jersey is now retired, but he's been gone from Bama for a long time and just won a Super Bowl. You see how it went for Bama? Is that dude won a Heisman, as a wide receiver, did exceptional. There were national championships team. He gets to the NFL, and so that's what I'm saying is that like if you would retire his jersey, and I think they retired it, but I'm not 100% sure. But for conversation's sake, that would be somebody's jersey that you retire. Would you not agree with that?
Yeah, oh yeah, because you have to add the NFL Super Bowls to that as well, because
Right.
people are constantly winning awards in college, so you can't just retire jerseys because they win awards or they win championships.
Right. So I look at it where it's that Shador has the individual accomplishments, but then when it comes to team success as well exceptional accomplishments, he doesn't have those. So it's not a
Right.
diss to him. He did a great job. I think that like people say like the ring of honor, that is that type of stuff. But it's or something like in the hallway or
Yeah,
something
Hall of
in
Fame.
there.
Hall of Fame.
Exactly. Right, right. That is there. The honoring a ring. Let's say you had a ring of honor ceremony during like senior day and something like that. I think that's appropriate.
Yeah,
Travis, I just think as far as timing is that my
it's
boy
too
ain't even
soon.
been
Too
drafted
soon for
yet. No,
Travis.
yeah, it's too soon. So now, do I believe like so that's where I'm having an issue with. And what it is, it's not that they can do whatever they want. But when former players are saying, hold on one second, when you don't have Cordell Stewart, hold on one second, to just do those two, had they added in a couple of others, Cordell Stewart, um, with the Airbnb, a couple of those, it would have been
Yeah.
fine. But to do it this way is it's like you didn't sell it the way it needed to be sold. That's what the issue. Now I know some fans will come and say, well, they can do whatever they want to do. I'm gonna say, you just showed up to the scene. You wasn't watching see you back in the 90s. You wasn't doing all that. So come on. If the fan
Right.
base
The BWBs don't have no dig in this game. Like we cannot even open our mouths and say anything.
right, you got a voice, but I don't think you necessarily get a vote on the
Not
team you
on
have
this.
not been invested with for a long time.
We don't get
Like
a
I said,
vote on this.
right. I
There's
mean,
no way a BWB gets a vote on this.
right, you get to say how you feel. Absolutely. Nobody should take that voice. But on the other end, it's that if you just showing up 2 years ago, you not invested in this program enough to understand their whole, even their culture. The same, I mean, because think about it.
We
If
don't even know the
anybody,
fight song, bro.
bro,
We don't even know the fight song. I don't even know what it starts with. See you go, go, go.
I don't need to ride the buffalo to the end zone. Go, go, whatever. I don't know what it should be. But but if anybody,
Yo, we clowning, yo.
I know, man. That's it. That's right. When the Ralphie starts stomping, get your feet pumping, go, go, see you. I
Go,
don't know
go.
what it is.
Oh no, that sounds like one of those Saturday cartoons.
I
Go,
know.
go, see you.
Yeah.
Oh no. Oh,
Protecting the Milky Way galaxy,
I
some
know.
crap like that.
Yo, they're gonna hate us.
I know, man. But
I'm
if they
gonna
really
lose
listen,
so many subscribers.
hey, folks might not listen to my music, but you know what? That's all right, baby. I'm okay with that. Because it's true. We're not having a thing of you can love it and stuff, but normal protocols, understand. Put it like this. In the South, I mean in the North, you say what the blank you talk about. Folks will just kind of go back and forth with you. That's normal stuff, right?
Mhm.
You can't do that in the South. We'll be like, who are you talking to in this response? So, and again, there's a protocol that if in New York, if I came to New York, hey, I need you to tell me what's going on. Protocol in the South is a totally different ball game. There's some things you can do, there's some things you can't do. And I think it is with normal protocol that's what people are having an issue. That's where the good Reverend, that's what he was saying. That the player, that's what he was saying. It's the protocol. It's how that's going. This is not the way it's normally done.
But I wonder how many CU fans or Prime fans, I wonder how many of those actually agree to this. I wonder where people are in this argument. Because obviously, like I did in the video, I went down and I said, hey, this is what this guy is saying, but I wonder how many people actually agree to what he is saying. Because I feel like this is I wanted you to talk on this too. The idea that it really steps on their legacy, it put an asterisk on their legacy, is what I think is happening. Because you never want to be a joke, right? You don't want to be a caricature, or for somebody to not consider you, for somebody to think that you're a joke, right? Because there's a bigger argument in college football. There's a bigger family in college football. Everybody should be celebrating this. Like, I don't want there to be anybody. Well, you let me know. What do you think? Do you think like Prime doesn't care about that part of it, or are they even thinking about the fact that the family, the college football environment, the sports legacy, the sports landscape doesn't think he deserves this? Do you think that matters to CU, or you think Coach Prime doesn't care at all and he's just like, look, they get their jersey, they're going to be in history. If there's any type of monetary value that's associated with this, that's setting them up for their future. Why do you think Coach Prime said yes to this?
Because he's cool with it. I mean, think about it. If for some people, and this is not, I'm not gonna diss him for it, I mean, because he's in two roles. He's a coach. So it's as a father, and they did it, and they approached me as a father would say, no, certainly not now. But if I am, how Prime does, Prime is used to folks talking smack, so he probably is like, you know what, whatever. If that's what y'all want to do, I'm good with it. Do I agree with that? No, I don't. But I can't fault him for as a father wanting to see his child celebrated. Because part of the reason he's been coaching is to make sure his children will treasure and celebrate it. So I can't hate on that.
But the idea of the fact that, yeah, you can't hate on that. You want your kids celebrated. But when it comes to the community, you want them to be celebrated, not laughed at. Because I feel like more people are going to laugh at this than they are going to say this is a legit jersey retirement. Because a jersey retirement is an honor. It's a very high honor that is placed on somebody who deserves it. So if you're circumventing that honor and you're saying it doesn't matter because that's my son, then how seriously are they going to take you? You know what I'm saying? They're not taking you that seriously because at the end of the day, you didn't earn it, or you didn't allow your child to earn it. You just let him get it because he was popular. And that's not the way to do it. Like, you can't, people are going to say this is for clicks. This is more so for clicks than achievement. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't, jersey retirement is not something we just take lightly. If it's almost like you're diminishing the whole idea of what the jersey retirement means to the fan base. Like, ain't nobody going to wear this jersey no more because this person was that good.
Yeah, but
another quarterback comes out here and light it up. We will have to retire their jersey, like eclipse Shador's numbers. We're going to have to be forced to retire their jersey. right? Isn't that if that's what the sentiment is, right?
That probably isn't the sentiment. It probably the sentiment again. As a dad, he probably is like, I'm cool with it. As a
But why
sole
is he
coach,
cool with it?
because it's his children. Now, as a coach, I will take a bigger issue with it. As a coach, I would go, no, I don't think that's something you should have done. Not now. Maybe if that's something you wanted to do, maybe make it at the end of the season. But then turn around is, I don't think you do that, because if you turn around, and I think if you do it now, let's say I think it's a time where, let's say you bring back Travis and you do it during the game, not in front of 10,000 people at a spring practice. That's kind of how I see it. If you're going to do it big where they're both. And but I'm gonna tell you, my biggest issue is it takes away from Travis. Like, they don't have to be linked together. It should have been Travis by himself. That's what should have happened. That's what should have happened. Now, if you want to do, should do it another time. That's it. But again, there's no easy answer here.
Why isn't it an easy answer? I think this is easy. I think I'm just looking at it as trying to protect their image.
No,
From
but
the
but,
I'm trying to
but I
protect
think
their image from the bigger crowd, from the
but,
bigger.
but I think they have come to the reasoning. And I can understand is that no matter what they do, there's gonna be people out there that love them and they can do no wrong, and there are gonna be people that hate them and they can do no right. That's how polarized it is. So then you have to sit back and say, well, I'm never gonna please my haters, and the people that love me are gonna support it. So
No,
more,
but there. Okay, you know what? I get that argument, but there has to come a time where this is not about hater. This is not about hater or lover. This has to do with what's right and what's wrong, because this is not no. Who cares about haters if it's earned, right? Like, if he earned it, then we don't care about no haters. But he didn't earn it, not yet, at least. I think
well,
if he goes and he lights it up in the NFL, then you want like years later, you want to be in retrospect, like, yeah, he did what he did at Colorado, and now he's a Super Bowl, he's a multi Super Bowl champ. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, let's retire that jersey. But like, they just stopped playing, and he has a 13-12 record, and we saying, oh yeah, let's go ahead and throw that gown, or throw that that James Brown coat on him. You're not throwing that James Brown coat on him yet. Not yet. It's too soon. Even with Travis, I wouldn't even do that to Travis, because any of them go to the NFL and they don't do well, that's going to reflect back on their jersey retirement. Everything is going to be on the table. They're already hoping that they lose, or that they fail. And now you put the jersey retirement just to make the argument even stronger. Yeah, they can go out there, they can light it up, but it's not time to do that.
well, I think that we at this point we realize that nothing is not nothing. Most of the stuff is not done normally in the way that is normally done. And I think that may be out the box thinking, all that kind of stuff. I totally get it. Um, so I don't know his motives or mindset. I understand why he did. I don't understand why he did it. I just disagree with it. And then I think the thing with the fans are saying, well, he brought more people and stuff. Football ain't about the optics, folks. It's about outcomes. It's not about how many views you got, how many. No, it's not. It's not about. At the end of the day, we watch football for football. We
No,
want to see
but you
good
see,
football.
here's the question. You see, if you set that precedent, right? Just like Dr. Michael Jones says, if you set that precedent, and if that is the criteria or the measuring stick, then the next guy to eclipse that, he should get his jersey retired, right?
Well, that's why I don't agree with it. That's why I think you have to have.
That's what I'm saying. So that's why it's dangerous to set that precedent, to say, hey, because he did this. But the same fans that are using that criteria, will they be willing to use that same criteria if somebody else comes in? You see what I'm saying? Let's say like a Cam Newton comes in, let's say one of these elite quarterbacks or somebody elite comes in, and they're even better than they're advertised. They're a little bit more quiet. They're more elite, and they eclipse. I mean, they totally kill it with winning a natty in the Big 12. Then do you take Shador's? Do you still put that Shador jersey next to that person's jersey, or that person's jersey never gets up there? Because now you are the fans that said this is what he did. What happens to the next guy that comes in and he's able to do that?
They won't put his jersey up there because it's not what's on the numbers. It's really what's on the back of the jersey.
Sanders.
I mean, it is what it is.
So then we're co-opting Coach Prom's bravado. We're linking that to Shador. We're not. This is not a. We're sharing it because Shador's impact is not the same as Coach Prom's impact.
Well, Shador is a phenomenal QB. I think that's what a lot of times folks can't separate.
DC, how many phenomenal quarterbacks are in college football?
I get what you're saying. I think what happens is
what part of the argument are you arguing? I don't want us to change roles here. I don't want to become the bad guy.
I'm looking at I'm looking at a comprehensive evaluation where I go, great quarterback. He's going to be drafted in the first round. That doesn't just happen. That he came in, he did take some games that, they would have lost if it wasn't for Shador and Travis. We know that because the line was non-existent. He had to be a magician. So I don't ever want to take that away from him. But as far as we sticking straight to retiring the jersey, no. That's why people are having a problem with it. And I think that's one of those things, how when people push, y'all haters, that's one of those things I think the people that like to use that hater word, and folks, there's a lot of other words in the dictionary. Tell me I'm perturbed. Don't tell me I'm a hater. Just say I'm a perturber. But the point being is that's probably one of those that they need to take it on the chin and say, yeah, we probably shouldn't have did it that way.
So J.L. Boston says, do you have a problem with two jersey being retired, or how soon it's being retired? I think I'm more so. I'll go first and you can go. I'm trying to protect the legacy, right? I think my position is I'm happy that his jersey's being retired, especially at a PWI, right? I mean, seeing a black man on that wall, and I'm trying to that's just the racial aspect of it. But I'm just saying, like, I'm happy with it because Shador's my guy, right? But if we put it in the legacy perspective, I feel like you're muddying his legacy in a sense. This is just my perspective. I feel like you're stepping on it because it's not a consensus thing on the crowd when it comes to the college football crowd. Now, whether it matters or it doesn't matter, that's a whole nother argument. But I think when you're doing somebody a disservice is to, like, Kash Patel leading the FBI. No resume, no nothing. Like, a lot of people, like, in positions don't have resumes. I don't see it. I feel like you need to have the resume, a resume that is undisputable, and then you can make the argument whether people like that indisputable resume or not. That's on them. But the question is the resume there and people just hating, or the resume is not supporting the? I feel like people don't get what jersey retirement means. But anyways, your thoughts on what JR is asking.
Well, I don't. If we're looking at normal protocol for jersey retirement, that's what we're looking at within the football landscape, how it's normally done. No, I don't agree with it. So it wouldn't matter when it was done. The fact of it shouldn't be done. Let's get to a point where Harry mentioned something like, let's say if somebody comes in, because I would say JR. So let's say, I don't know off the top of my head how many yards Shador threw, but let's say in his career he broke the career passing record twice. So let's say it's 4,000, just for argument's sake, and 4,000 the first year and 4,000 the second year. And he was 13-2. If somebody comes in and they go, 13-12. Somebody comes in, a court QB, and throws 4,001 yards 1 year and 4,000 2 yards the next year, and on top of that, they win 14 games. Does that person go up? Then the next year, somebody comes in and plays for 2 years, and they first year they throw 4,003 yards, and the second year 4,004 yards, and they go 15. And but I guess we'll adjust the numbers. Does that mean they go up? Do you see what I mean? That's the point I'm saying, is that if you sit there and sit this as the format, then all somebody has to do is exceed them by how much? And now we are continually just retiring jerseys.
That's why I
And
say it's
next,
gonna be a bunch of
and
naked
everybody's
players.
running right, and everybody's running around with a white t-shirt on with nothing on it.
It's gonna be a bunch of naked players because the presidents, they're setting the bar too low. They're setting the bar based on fan favorite, and I don't on popularity.
Well, here go the thing
You
is
can never
nobody.
set the bar on popularity. It's like the Hall of Fame, or it's like making the Hall of Fame easy to get into.
But Harry, it's like with this conversation, there's the football community as a whole. Then there's the Colorado community, but the Colorado community has two factions. There's the CU, been CU, nothing but CU, and then there is the new CU. And then so the new CU is
Even
the
within
overwhelming.
the new CU, there's another split.
Exactly.
There's the prom sexual, and then there's this football fan. There's the prom sexual, sensitive fans who know nothing about no football. They just want to anything. Oh, he's a black man. He's a black coach, and we're gonna do everything we're gonna do to protect him, and that's it, right? It's like, okay, and then after that, then what? Like,
right, and I can check this out. When I get on to my kids, because I tell them something they're messing up on, that's protecting them. So the point being is that you have a piece of the pie. Let's say you cut the pie into 8 pieces. There's that 1/8 of it that is saying, I am we don't care. He brought in people, he did this X, Y, and Z, but the rest of the pie is going, no, I don't think so. And that's why I think that other pie is that there are some things that are right. Like when people were saying Colorado was gonna suck this year and they went 9-4. All those people that won 8, they deserve praise. I was the one that was telling them that was crazy, and I publicly apologized for it because I was wrong on that. I was saying they was gonna go 6-6, 5-7. They did 9-4. Great job. I was wrong. I wasn't wrong that first
your
year.
apology is accepted.
I was wrong that second year. But now, right. But now we're sitting up here saying this, and I do want to speak to the real quick because we got about 100-some days before football. I want to say to the 1/8. I won't call them prime sexuals. I'll just call them prime favorables. We'll just call them that.
Is prom sexual too strong?
Well, man, you know how folks are saying, DJ, y'all ain't hating. It's a couple of them. I'm trying to give you some. I'm trying to give you some love because if you
but I'm trying my hardest to try to detach myself from those people. I am not them. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm a prime guy and I'm a BWB, but I do not want nobody to call me a prime sexual or somebody who just so blind to, like, no matter what's happening. Oh my gosh, he can do nothing wrong. He's getting all dogs. They're all superstars. I'm not that guy. Okay. I don't want no part of that crowd.
That's not that. I don't want that. To each their own. I don't want it. I'm trying to be diplomatic at this moment because it's this. I'm saying to the 1/8. Just side note. I'm gonna give it to you, and you have the right to love and protect prime all you want. Now I'm gonna sit here and tell you, if this team comes out and they come out, you call them dogs, and they come out like poodles running around, folks are gonna flame you. So you had your 1 year where you had to eat it.
Those are like Trump supporters. They don't care either way. It wouldn't matter to them. They don't care. They'll just keep moving the goalposts. But before we go for any further, let's get this information in. It's been on the screen forever. This is some news coming from Hayes Fawcett. Auburn transfer safety Lawrence Love will visit Colorado this weekend. He tells On 3 he is the top available safety in the transfer portal. Played in 22 games for the Tigers the past 2 years. Auburn is SEC, right?
Yes, they are.
Auburn is SEC. So
you know I'm very familiar with Auburn.
Oh yes, sir. Because that is your nemesis.
Well, my daughter goes to school there, so I have no choice but to love it.
Lord
That's
have
a hard
mercy.
thing.
So I'll be working on a video with Alabama and Auburn and how the big guys and their fan bases. So y'all look forward to that video in Auburn. Yes, they are a formidable foe for your Alabama Crimson Tide. You know what I'm saying? Like y'all seen that commercial? What is the guy saying? He said he ain't saying roll tide. He's a something tide. Something anyways. Let's bring on JR Boxing and we can continue this conversation. JR Boxing, if you can show your face, please. Y'all don't leave me on my just by myself. It makes it more interesting when two faces are on. More people find the video more interesting. So if you can show your face, please. If you can't, you can't. I get it. How you doing, brother? Thank you for calling. I appreciate you. All right, so he's not on yet. Whenever you're ready, man, come on. Yeah, come on. I do want to. This obviously every time we talk about Colorado, the conversation goes a little bit longer than necessary. But I do have another segment that I do want to talk about. I want to talk about how NIL is affecting this game, the game of college football. Since we got DC on here, he's the legacy guy. I do want to see what the legacy people think about the idea of the NIL ruining the game. And so DC, we can start that conversation while we wait for JR Boxing to come back on, so that he can we'll jump back into the conversation with Colorado. But I think we kind of like exhausted it. Unless you got a final thought on that Colorado conversation.
No, I'm good. We can move on.
Okay, so let's move on. JR, when you come on, if you come back on, we'll strike up the conversation, get your thoughts on the Colorado jersey retirement. But okay, here he goes. Let's try him again. JR, what's up, man? How you doing today, brother?
Oh, what's going on, man? What's going on, Harry? What's going on, DC?
All is well, brother.
Just finished my last day having to put on my uniform, man. Had to go in and close out some patient charts and stuff like that. I still got an out process.
Bro, I thought you was gonna come in there with some dirty boxers and a wife beater and be like, what it is and what it does.
Man, I'm not playing with the United States government like that, Harry. you trying to be locked up.
Harry, you ain't.
You're like,
JR,
don't these nuts.
Like, Jay, you ain't going there and put some papers off your boss desk, but get your papers.
Please, man.
Like, yeah, don't these nuts. What it is, homie. Anyway.
I had some things that I had to go in the office and finish out, but it was more so I told my patients that I would make sure I closed out things because I understand how important healthcare is and VA benefits and all that stuff. So I had to go in and do it before all my credentialing got shut off. So I went in.
Were you leaving by yourself or you got dosed?
No. No, man, I served faithfully, man. I raised my right hand. I took the oath, served as an officer in the United States Air Force, man. Had a great career. My occupation, my AFSC specifically, I did physical therapist. I'm a physical therapist by trade. So healthcare, man, that's my passion, but I need a break. I did my 20 years. I served faithfully. And yeah, it's time for me to put a pin in that chapter of my life. So,
bro, congratulations. Are you still at work?
No, man. I had to leave, man. Pick up my daughter. My wife, being a career woman herself, she needed me to step out, and I'm at the end, so I'm just at work, just literally doing admin stuff.
Okay.
Trying to get stuff done. So yeah, I had to leave and pick up my daughter. My nanny canceled on us and stuff like that. Ooh. But I think she's kind of canceling on us because we had the conversation with her to say we probably won't utilize your services as much since I'm retiring, so I'll be able to stay home a little bit and be more present of a father to my daughter and drop her off at school, pick her up, stuff like that for a little while. So,
I say congratulations to you.
Yeah, man.
If I could just pass on some wisdom, because that's kind of what I did when I enjoyed my children for all the times that I was gone. I enjoyed it. When I walked out the door, I left my rank because I am not Major Carson. I just wanted to be me. And I was not going to, and I think that's a good thing to just get acclimated to being. You understand, you probably see that now, that civilians will frustrate you. Sometimes I'd be like, yo, what are you doing? Get out, But at the end of the day Man, I went from you know that thing of you run around, basically in the military, you get up each morning, light yourself on fire and run around and try to use the wind to put the fire out, but it never goes out.
Yep.
The thing is that just being cool with it and enjoy it. So congrats, bro, because I have a strong idea, especially as a black officer, you endured. We'll just say it like that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I endured quite a bit. And I even found myself, like how you just said, being so wrapped up in it, planning out my retirement, going through the whole process or whatnot. And I'm telling myself, like, yeah, I'm gonna give myself a break. And then I'm out here submitting all these different resumes, my LinkedIn. I applied for a position at Duke. I applied for a position here. I started interviewing, and I said, man, what am I doing, man? Let me relax for a minute, man. So I told my wife, from a mental health, man, that's important. I told my wife, I said, mentally, honey, I gotta put a pause. I gotta put a pin in it. We good financially. I have to put a pin in it and explore the options of being present in the house and not having a laptop up and being a husband and a father and things like that and charting notes to the end of the night and stuff like that. So I said, yeah, I got to give myself a break, man. So I love what I do as a physical therapist, but I love my family more. So I said, I got to give myself a break. I don't know how long that break's going to be, but I need it, man, for sure.
Congratulations. We appreciate you. And thank you for coming on and joining the conversation. Let's jump into this conversation of Shadour's jersey retirement. We'll give it like 10 more minutes because we've kind of like exhausted it already. But let's jump you in because you probably came on here because you had an opinion about it. You asked a question. You said, so do you have a problem with number 2 jersey being retired, or how soon it's being retired? What are your thoughts on that? And then I can ask you some questions.
Yeah, my thoughts on it. Look, I think both players are deserving of having their jersey retired. Do I think it's a little bit too soon? Yes, but it's too soon in the fact of
wait. Before you finish your thought,
mm-hmm.
are you speaking on behalf of a fan or from a sports perspective?
From a sports perspective.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I think they both
deserve
to have
I want your argument to be very strong. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think they both deserve to have their jersey retired. And I'll go into that. But what I'll say is, yeah, I think they both deserve to have it retired. I mean, look, do I personally think it's too soon? Yes. But it's because of what we see or what we consider. I heard DC say it like standard protocol or procedure or how they go, how we go about seeing things, right? What I've learned from serving this country, look, you have protocol and you have procedure, but every once in a while, you go against protocol, you go against procedure because the mission or whatever dictates that. So for CU to go out of the norm to do it during a spring game, I don't think people would be up in arms if they would have did it during homecoming or if they would have did it during, the first game of the season or, something like that. But I don't have a problem with both of those young men having their jersey retired.
All right, so give me your criteria for a jersey retirement before we start bombarding you with questions, because I got strong pushbacks because the perspective is, or the context is, I am answering from a football perspective. So now, since you're saying you're taking a football perspective stance, you as a sports person and you having much knowledge, and I respect your position on sports and the knowledge you bring to the game. And you've been on here a couple of times. You're on other panels. I think you're very knowledgeable. So if you're going to take the sports perspective, or you're saying that you're answering from a sports standpoint, then give me a good argument for why you think they deserve their jersey to be retired.
Okay, so and this is specifically for Colorado University. So when you look at 12, Travis Hunter, that's probably the easiest, right? All right. Most highly decorated player in CU football history. He's the most highly decorated, the most accolades, the most accomplishments when it comes to awards. And then if you want to put a bow on the top of it, the Heisman Trophy. That's just sports. That's just facts. Consensus Player of the Year, Big 12 Player of the Year, Paul Hornung Award, Benerick Award, the Lott Award, award. All these awards. He achieved that individually. He achieved that. That belongs to him. So for CU to honor him and retire his jersey, that's without being said. I don't think anybody really has a problem with that. I think they're just saying like, yeah, it's a little bit too early, but okay, the most decorated player in CU, you know, you can do it early if you want to. He's the most decorated player. Now for Shedeur, that's probably most of the controversy. A lot of people feel either way on the fence. For me, I look at Shedeur the same way. He's the first ever Johnny Unitas winner for the University of Colorado. You look in their history of quarterbacks, Cordell Stewart didn't win a Johnny Unitas award. Coy Detmer didn't win the Johnny Unitas award. Joel Klatt didn't win the Johnny Unitas award. They didn't win any quarterback-related awards. Now, you can say, well, Cordell Stewart won more games and, you know, things like that. That's great. Winning games is a team thing. Winning games is usually associated with the head coach. You may try to attach it to the player, but the winning percentage is associated with the coach, not the player. So players can go out there and they can still win and achieve awards without having a quote unquote high winning percentage. Because I've seen on the internet, it's like, oh, 13 and 12. Like that's all he did, 13 and 12. Well, Coach Prime went 13 and 12. And he received a $50-something million contract. So he was rewarded for that. So I think the university is looking at it like these players have been, Travis Hunter, by far the most decorated player in CU history. And then Shedeur is coming in at second. I looked at some of the stats for like CU. The quarterback stats, he holds 4 of 6 of them. That's 66%. He holds 66% of the stats. Now, will that change over the years? Sure, you may get another high flyer coming in or with a strong arm, and they may break all of the records. And if he breaks every single record in CU history, then that player should have their jersey retired as well. But we're talking about first. So he's the first Johnny Unitas Award winner. All the great historic quarterbacks CU has had, he is the first. And this award has been out since 1987.
Okay.
And then put on top of that, he was not consensus, but he was first team All-American Big 12 as the quarterback. So you look through the Big 12 quarterbacks for this year, he was first team Big 12. So he's had a great career when you look at the rest of the quarterbacks and their accolades. I'm not talking about records because records are associated with coaches. They're not associated with players. As much as we want to say that, I've seen quarterbacks get drafted and they don't have the highest winning percentage in college. It is what it is.
All right. So let me push back a little bit, probably a lot, because I'm going to question everything you're talking about because I don't think you believe that. I feel like you're making that because even though you told me that you're answering from a sports perspective, I think your argument is only fans' perspective because you didn't give me an argument that holds water when it comes from a neutral sports guy. Because you literally just sat here and told me that the award that he got is what you're basing your jersey retirement on. But in there, you didn't even make an argument for winning the conference, making it to a playoff game. The things that would have the type of caliber of player that makes your fan base go like, oh my gosh, I cannot believe it. You're not making those arguments. You're sort of like listing his achievements, his individual achievements, and saying this is the reason why his jersey should be retired. So I'm interested in hearing you out on on a general perspective, what do you think from a pen? How do you think fans perceive jerseys being retired? Let me hear you out. Maybe then I'll calibrate my comment.
When I think of fans and I hear jersey retirement, they want to hear about what a player achieved. And like I said, some fans.
But you didn't list any of that.
I did list it. I said he was the
you
first.
only listed it for Colorado.
I said Shedeur Sanders is the first quarterback in Colorado history to be awarded a quarterback specific award. You can look it up. There's no other quarterback in Colorado history that has been awarded a football award. None. Cordell Stewart, not one. Any quarterback you want to look at, they have not received an award.
Keep in mind, look, okay, so listen.
And then
listen,
hold on, Harry.
You're answering this from a jersey retirement perspective.
And then the other things I listed, and we're talking about for CU. This is for CU's program. So I think a lot of
jersey
people,
retirements stretches outside of your school too. When you're retiring somebody's jersey.
Hold on, Harry. We're not talking about other schools. We're talking about CU because people will say, well, Tim Tebow won 2 national championships. Florida didn't retire his jersey. That's the University of Florida's choice. That's not Colorado's choice to say, well, he won 2 national championships. You should retire his jersey. That's the University of Colorado. That's the University of Colorado's choice to retire Shedeur's jersey. It's not an NCAA thing. The number 2 is not stricken and stripped away from the NCAA. It's only put in Colorado's hands whether they want to have somebody else wear it or have the honor of wearing it or things like that. But they are honoring that player for that university. It's not honoring that player for the NCAA. And I think that's where some people have a lot of discord for it. Sure, he didn't break an NCAA record. I mean, he has one highest completion percentage, but people are still, up in arms about that, about how he went about achieving that record. But he has that record for the NCAA. People want to bring in the record. Oh, well, he only went 13-12 as a quarterback. No, Coach Prime went 13-12 as a head coach. Records are not associated with players. We only associate records with players when we're trying to push a narrative. Records are always associated with a coach. If you look up a player right now on any Google search and say, what was their collegiate record as a quarterback? It's not going to give you a fact. It's not going to say that. It's going to give you their stats, passing, completion, interceptions, everything like that. It's not going to say the record. But if you look up a coach, it will automatically spit out the coach's record because records are associated with coaches. Shedeur could help the offense average. And I said help the offense average because football is a team game. Sports is a team game for the most part. Shedeur can help the offense score 28 points a game. But if the defense gives up 35 points a game, the outcome will probably not be in his favor.
All right, so let me push back a little bit.
What more does he have to do as a player to be recognized? He did his part. It's a team sport.
All right. So when it comes to jersey, let me give you the what more part. Let me answer that part. When it comes to jersey retirement, see, jersey retirements are a little bit different from other types of accolades. Jersey retirements are kind of like it's from a fan. It's more of a fan thing, right? It's the fan is rewarding the fans to say you've watched this guy do X, Y, and Z. You're rewarding the player, but like the fans look at it from a perspective of we're looking at this guy. This is one of our best players. This is the guy that he led us to this national title, or he did this, right? Like there is no. He was only here for how many years? 2 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he wasn't here that long, right? Okay. Now, obviously, in the NIL era, you're not going to get players to be here. You're not going to get 3 or 4 year players anymore, right? It's going to be a little bit difficult. But when the player is here, what are they going to accomplish? You gotta at least the conference title is I think for jersey retirement is probably one of the most important. Now, maybe if you win a national title, I get it. That's part of it. That could be maybe the ultimate thing, but everybody ain't going to win the national title. So I get it from a school's perspective. The school may not require a national title, but if you are in your conference, I think you have to go to you got to go to a national, you got to go to your title and you got to win it. And if you go to a bowl game, you should win it. Those two things are instrumental in retiring jerseys, right? Also, any ranked team, the only ranked team that I remember Shador beating was TCU. That's 2023, when TCU was ranked number 17th. That's it, right?
Okay. Yeah.
When you put all of those things together, and then you take the conversation and you line that up against other CU players like Rashawn Salam and Eric Bieniemy, like those two running backs. You got 2,000 yards Heisman for Salam. You got 3,200 yards for Eric Bieniemy. He may be a hothead or whatever. That's a whole other conversation. But nonetheless, you know what I'm saying, that California guy, he ran, right? Like he could run. When you hear his boy tell the story, they went to the hood and grabbed him. They was like, let's go to LA, let's go, or wherever he's from, Oakland or wherever he was from. Let's go grab him, let's bring him over here, and let's let him run. And he ran for 3,200 plus yards, right?
Yeah.
Now, when you think about those guys, and then the team where Dr. Michael Jones, who was the captain of the Orange Bowl, when he starts to list those things and say, listen, man, we already have a Heisman. We already have a title. When we have all of these things and you're not rewarding those guys and you're going to place the James Brown coat on the guy with the less stats, then are you rewriting the criteria for the jersey retirement? Or is this where we're going to establish that it starts? And the danger for doing that, or the danger of doing that, is because now if you set that low of a bar, then the jersey retirement thing becomes a caricature now. It becomes, you can eliminate it because the next guy to have higher stats than Shador and better and more impact than Shador after prime is all said and done, you are required to retire his jersey.
Yeah, Harry, I agree with the last thing you just said. If K-Salt come out and he throw for 9,000 yards this year and throws for 64 touchdowns and has a passer rating of 75%, retire his jersey.
Right. That's why it's dangerous. That's why you can't set that precedent.
Because that's what Shador did in 2 years of being there at the program. Like I said, when you spoke earlier and you were bringing up things, you were talking about the team. Yes, should the quarterback win the Big 12? No, the coach should win the Big 12. You cannot associate the record of a team to one player. The record is associated with the coach. Like I said, Shador.
Then how do you reward? How do you retire somebody's jersey if they're not instrumental in that record?
You retire their jersey based off of their accolades, Harry.
But then he doesn't have the accolades that you're referring to. He doesn't have them.
You say you did entertainment, right? Or you in the entertainment business at some point in your life, right? Filmmaker, right? Yeah. So when they shoot films and they make films, right? When they're awarding the Oscar and all of these things to the people in the film, the actor of the film, it's because the actor's presence. That's why that actor receives that Oscar. The film may not receive an Oscar, but the actor himself,
the actor's performance.
Yes, the actor's performance. Shador had a performance.
No, he didn't.
His
No, he did not have a jersey retirement performance.
To you, but to the University of Colorado, he did.
Well, if I'm a fan, and to me he didn't have it, then
But
what is Colorado looking at?
You're the fan, and then
I'm not just a fan. Also, I'm also an analyst who does deep dives on this team. I don't know that you can find anybody to find the accolades.
You're an analyst of the team, but you don't make any decisions. You don't make any decisions for the university.
No.
Coach,
we're not.
Coach
listen. We're not talking about who has the most weight when it comes to decision making. What I'm trying to say is, from a fan's perspective, the jersey retirement is like the Hall of Fame, right? Where the jersey retirement is, I would say, even eclipses the Hall of Fame. I think the jersey retirement is the most honorable thing you can bestow upon a player outside of the Hall of Fame. So, and that jersey retirement is right above the Hall of Fame. So if you're going to set precedents for the Hall of Fame, then the Hall of Fame presidents, then the jersey retirement presidents has to be a little bit higher than the Hall of Fame. So that person has to be the creme of the creme de la creme. That's what you say. That number, nobody can touch that number no more. And you cannot find an argument anywhere. Even he could be the second, first, second, third, or fourth quarterback award winning, whatever. It doesn't. That's too low of a bar.
Okay, so if you're the first ever to do something, you saying that's too low of a bar?
Yes.
Then how come all the other quarterbacks before him didn't win?
Well, then how come they're not rewarding the person that brought the first natty?
Who says they didn't reward the first person that brought the first natty? Did they not reward that coach? Did they not? Has that coach name not been rewarded? I believe that coach's name is everywhere on that school.
No.
Yes, the coach is. Yes, he is.
Okay, so when you think Colorado, you think Coach Mack or you think Prime?
When you're talking about national championship, you said they rewarded
when you
that
think
coach?
Colorado football, do you think Coach Matt McCarthy or do you think McCarthy or do you think Coach Prime?
Harry, again, that's you moving the goalpost. You asked the question.
You just brought it up.
You asked the question and I answered it. You asked, Harry, the question you asked was, have they not rewarded that team for winning the national championship?
No,
yes,
the person
they honored the coach.
The quarterback responsible.
The quarterback, do you know who the quarterback that won that year? How do you know they didn't honor him already?
No, number 19 is up, but I'm trying to okay, listen to this.
Whoa. So you see how the goalpost can be moved? You asked the question.
No.
I answered it with a fact. I said they have honored the coach that won that national championship. Because if they wanted to honor the player that helped win the national championship, then you have to honor every single player. Every player would have to be honored. Every player would have to have their jersey retired if they won a national championship. It doesn't work like that, Harry. They could have won a national championship but not had the best quarterback that year. That's how it goes. They could have won a national championship but not had the best defense or offense that year. But they still won the national championship. That's how it goes, Harry. Accolades go to the players. Accolades goes to the player. The players have to go out there to produce to get the accolades. So if you're telling me the first ever to do something is a low bar, that's crazy to hear, Harry. If I were to say to you, Harry, you're the first YouTuber to ever reach 1 billion streams, and then somebody turned around and said, man, that's kind of a low bar, you'll be like, that's crazy. I got 1 billion streams. I'm the first ever to do it.
Okay, fine. If we are talking about first evers, then this is what's going to happen. Then we gotta, okay, this is what I mean by that's a low bar. You got to set the criteria, and the criteria has to be several things, and it has to be strong, right? So if that's one of the strongest ones, the first ever, It cannot stay there because the only thing you got for Shador is the first. So that's all you got.
I said if you look at
let me finish.
If you look at the quarterback stats, Harry, hold on, because
let me finish though.
You're trying to displace or discredit what I said. I said he's the first ever Johnny Unitas award winner, and he owns 66% of the records. There's 6 statistical records that Colorado tracks for quarterbacks. He owns 4 of them outright. And then the other 2, he's top 3 in. So when you say the most highly decorated quarterback for CU, that's Shador Sanders. That's what I said at the very beginning when I started speaking.
So listen, the criteria has to include championships. It has to. Like, it's hard to make a case for someone who does not win the big one. It's hard. Very, very hard to do that. So that's one. But you have to set the bar at championships and winning. If you don't do that, and you're talking about, oh, this person was the first to get this award, a quarterback award, this person, the Johnny Unitas award, this person was if that's the case, right? Then now you're just setting the precedent on people winning awards, and that could be anyone. So that's why I'm saying the criteria has to be on the bigger picture.
Harry.
Once you're setting a very low bar for somebody to come and break those things and start getting a bunch of first.
It's not just awards. It's not just awards, Harry. I said statistical stats. Colorado tracks,
that's what I'm saying.
6 quarterback statistical stats. He leads 4 of the categories, and he's top 3 in the other 2.
But without the winning,
you're saying he has to win a national championship. So should Will Howard of Ohio State have his jersey retired? He won a national championship. Should he have his jersey retired?
You see, that's what I'm saying. You're leaving the other.
I'm not leaving the other out because I listed all his other accolades. I said has the highest.
Does Will Howard has all the other accolades?
He has the highest QB completion in Colorado history.
No, but does Will Howard have all those other accolades?
So that's what I'm saying. How can you move the goalpost for a university and say, well, he didn't win a national championship, but his jersey shouldn't be retired, seeing that he owns 4 of the QB records, 4 of the 6 QB records for CU, and he's the first ever quarterback award recipient for CU. How can he not? He is one of the most decorated QBs in Colorado history. How can he not have his jersey retired because he didn't win a national championship?
He didn't even win his conference.
Harry, what if I told you the quarterback that won the national championship for Colorado was 35th in passing yards for the University of Colorado the year they won a championship?
Bro,
35th in passing yards.
Listen, simply put, number one, you lost to K-State when we should have won.
How did he lose, Harry? Did Coach Prime not lose, or Shador? Because I believe
just trying to list. Well, let me finish my thought.
Wait. To even debunk that, I'll say this: Shador led them
Coach
back.
Prime doesn't play.
Shador led the team back, and they were winning. Who gave up the last touchdown? Was it Shador or the defense? So that's what I'm saying. Shador could go out there and help the offense.
Who got them in the position? Who got them in the position to be even in that position to lose? Shador.
The coach. What do you mean, Shador? You're talking about Shador. It's the coach. So that's the thing. When I hear the arguments.
All right, I'll let you talk. Let me talk for a second.
Go ahead.
I think you're on emotional ground. You're making emotional arguments. I don't think you're making football arguments, and let me just tell you why.
Harry,
let me tell you why. Let me tell you why.
Emotional argument. That's crazy.
Yes, because the trouble with what you're listing is that we have to be careful when we say this is the criteria. Shador's criteria can be easily broken. I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's like his criteria can. If we make Shador the marquee, then that means that the next player that breaks it gets their jersey retired.
Yes, that means that
But
next
we can't
player
keep
plays
doing that.
phenomenal.
What he did was not phenomenal. That's the thing.
What he did
It was really,
phenomenal.
really good. It was not phenomenal.
What he did for that university is phenomenal. You're trying to compare what Shador did to the entire history of the NCAA.
No,
that's unfair. That's unfair to a player. Now, if you were saying that the NCAA institution is accepting Shador into the College Football Hall of Fame, I'd be like, whoa. We're talking about a jersey retirement for the university. We're not talking about for the conglomerate of the NCAA.
That's bigger than the Hall of Fame.
We're talking about for the university. That's an independent institution. The NCAA. Now, if it came out and the NCAA was retiring the number 2 in honor of Shador Sanders, I'd have been like, man, what's the reason for doing that?
Nah, bro. It's hard. Like,
but it's the university.
To swallow. It's a really hard pill to swallow because you're making an argument based on Shador's individual accolades. And the leader of the team wills that team to championships. The leader of the team win lowly bowl games. Okay.
The leader of the team is the coach. If you can't win
a lowly bowl game, you can't win. You can't beat ranked teams in 2024. Like, you didn't beat no ranked team.
But that's moving, Harry. That's moving the goalposts.
That's phenomenal stuff.
It's not
what
completely.
You're describing. I'm not moving the goalposts. I'm leaning into your argument.
It's not completely up to Shador to win the game. Again, Harry, if you go, okay, look at this, Harry. In 2023, their first season, Colorado scored 28 points a game. You know how many points the defense gave up a game? 35, Harry. 35 points a game. How is Shador? So how can you say, well, Shador didn't do his part? He helped the offense score 28 points a game. All right, Harry, in 2024, Colorado scored 34 points a game. 34 points a game, Harry. Shador helped the offense score 34 points a game. You know how many points the defense gave up? 27. That shows a winning record. So you can't expect a player to go out. He improved the offense. The first year, they scored 28. His second year being at quarterback, they scored 35. The defense got better. That's when the wins came, Harry. Shador still threw for 30. I believe in 2023, he threw for 3,400 yards, 27 touchdowns or something like that. Something to that sort. I can't remember off the top of my head. But you're asking one player to say, it's all on you. You gotta win the game. You didn't win us a bowl game. You didn't win us a championship. Was he out there getting sacked by himself? Or did the offensive line not block? Did the defense not tackle anybody?
Argument for a jersey retirement is
not enough to have them ready to win and prepared to win. So you're taking. That's why I say you're moving the goalposts.
I'm not moving the goalposts.
Accolades
I'm leaning into your argument. I'm literally leaning into your argument. Your argument is not going to hold water for the future. I'm talking about for the future.
What you mean for the future? If Juju becomes the starter next year or this year, whenever he becomes the starter, and if Juju goes out and he becomes the second player to win the Johnny Unitas Award or the first player to win the Davey O'Brien Award, and he has all 6 of CU quarterback records, and you know what? His jersey should be retired because you got all the statistical records. You won multiple awards. Your jersey should be retired. Absolutely. Even if he doesn't win a national championship, because that's what it means to that university. Now you can say, like somebody told me, well, Tim Tebow doesn't have his jersey retired and he won 2 national championships. Okay, that's great for the University of Florida. You know what other quarterback won 2 national championships for the University of Florida? Danny Warfield. So maybe the University of Florida is like, Danny Warfield won 2 national championships. We probably shouldn't retire Tebow. So that's what I'm saying.
I got
Like,
a
the
question for you.
goalpost can't be moved. But you know where Tebow is? Tebow has been put into the NCAA Hall of Fame. That's somewhere Shedeur will never go. So people can hang their hats on that. But for the university itself, it's an honor for the university. They want to honor that player. And
this is how I take this is the bigger and the largest argument about this. It's for the school, and the school make that decision based on their university, but it's not just for the school. This is another argument. It's a nuanced argument. No, hold on. Let me lay it out, and then you can dig into it. The overall argument is usually for what the stuff that you're saying doesn't matter. Is the argument, the overall argument. That's a nuance that has to be considered, right? Because when you look at the bigger picture, Shedeur he did not win his conference. He never made a college football playoff, even when it was 4 or when it was 12. He didn't make the playoffs. Shedeur never won a natty. Shedeur's record as a quarterback for the Deion Sanders-led team, I got to be careful how I say that because I know what your stance are. His record is 13-12. When you look at it from a bigger picture, and if we're considering a nuanced conversation where people are going to come for you, this person, we're saying Tim Tebow. The reason why people are saying Tim Tebow is because of this nuanced conversation. The nuanced conversation, yes, if you're retiring somebody's jersey, it's for the school. But if the argument is only going to be for the school, you see where the problem lies, right? Because a jersey retirement is usually embedded in fans. Like, it's usually from an outspoken
I'll say this. This is the first time I've ever heard anyone say a jersey retirement is for the fans.
Oh,
not
one
why fan helped the player lift weights, go to early morning workouts.
No, but
do anything like the player himself.
Let me finish the thought, and then you can lay into it. The jersey retirements and stuff like that, fans and people who are part of the sport, we are going to comment on this. The fans get to say, the fans have a say in this was our most instrumental player. This guy was like, oh my gosh, this guy led us in battle and he did everything for us. It's from a fan's perspective that we can say, oh my gosh, if we look at Shedeur and put him against everything, right, in the history of Colorado football, who was the most instrumental quarterback? You got to consider Cordell Stewart because of his NFL and what he did in the NFL, right?
That has nothing to do with the University of Colorado, what he did in the NFL. Absolutely nothing. That's a separate organization.
That's part of how you consider these things, because people are going to make the argument about jersey retirements long after somebody, like let's say they had a really good career. If they go to the NFL and they were better in the NFL, people are going to come back to the university and say, why don't we retire Cordell Stewart, or why don't we retire Joe Montana, or why don't we retire Tom Brady? Why don't we retire those numbers? Because of what they did in the NFL. That conversation continues when it comes to jersey.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
It's part of how sports work. Yes.
That's not how sports work, Harry.
Yes, it is.
What you do?
Yes, it is. Okay, if a player was average in your university, why do they have the biggest photos if they're beast out? Do you know that Tom Brady was 90 something? He was like 90 something drafted. Tell me what school he went to, and if he doesn't have a freaking the biggest picture at his school.
What? Harry, that's called recruiting, Harry. What does that have to do with a jersey being retired? That's what I said. The goalpost is being moved, Harry.
What?
If a player,
I'm not moving the goalpost. That was part of my entire argument.
if a player played at the university and say they were just average, Harry, they were average at the university, but for whatever reason, they got to the NFL and they just took off. They're not looking at the university and say, well, you had this average player there at the university, but we decided to we decided to draft him. And it turned out well for our organization. He played really, really well in the NFL, went on to win 5 Super Bowls or something like that. That does not have anything to do with what he did at the university. Not a single thing. Nothing. Finito. Nothing. It's what you do while you're at the university that matters to the university. Now, the university could use your name, image, and likeness to help recruiting, to help bring in money. But as far as your accolades, if you was mid at the university, what if you were always hurt at the university? What if you blew out 2 ACLs at the university, but you got in the NFL, you got in on your grit and your toughness, and you figured it out in the NFL? That has nothing to do with the university. You didn't produce at the university. You produced in the NFL. You produced separate from that university. So that's why I said the goalpost, you moved it.
I did not move it. That's been part of my argument because everything must be considered. That's why jersey retirements are not done when the players are done playing. You never see jersey retirements done when players are done playing.
I'll tell you this.
What jersey retirement you remember being done as soon as players are done? Tell me one.
Now look, I already admitted. I already lamented to you to that. Could they have waited? Sure, they could wait. They could wait till homecoming.
Wait, that's the whole point. That is the whole point.
Harry, I asked you. I said, I'm pretty sure you don't have a problem with Travis jersey being retired. Whether they do it at the spring game or they do it next year,
I do have a little bit of a problem.
Whenever.
I have a small problem with that.
You have a problem with
legacy.
You have a problem with Shador's jersey being retired. That's the problem. Because if they decided to retire Travis jersey 5 years from now, you'll be like, oh, yeah, he did win the Heisman and all those accolades. They should have been retired his jersey. Good on them. You're not going to make my
argument with
it's Shador's jersey.
I wouldn't say they should have been retire him. I would say, yes, he deserves it. But after they're finished playing, players usually don't get their jerseys retired.
Caleb Williams got his jersey retired the same year.
Who?
Caleb Williams for USC. His number 13 jersey is retired. He's a Heisman winner. USC retired his jersey. USC is a more storied program than Colorado.
Yeah, but okay. So this is what I'm saying. So if we're gonna use Caleb Williams, then why are we using Caleb Williams and we can't use Tim Tebow?
Because that's that university. That's what I'm saying. USC decided to do that. If Florida doesn't want to retire Tim Tebow's jersey, that's on Florida. That has nothing to do with Colorado.
I understand, but do you understand the idea?
Nothing.
Do you? Okay, let me ask you: is this all based on everything that the player has done at the school, or are there more nuances? Are you willing to accept nuances within this conversation? If not, then I think we're going to go into circles.
To me, when you say nuances, I'm not understanding what you mean by nuances, because the example that you gave was that if the player goes to the NFL and he plays great in the NFL, that's great for him. You know what they have in the NFL? They call it the Hall of Fame, and then some of the teams have Ring of Honors. So they will honor that player for that organization he played with in the NFL. But college is different. College is different. You're comparing, about, like I said,
the nuances. Let me say the nuances.
Hold on, Harry. Because Tim Tebow, the Tim Tebow fact, Tim Tebow name is retired in the NCAA. That's for all schools. They govern and body all the schools. We know that, right? Tim Tebow's name is retired with the NCAA. Now, whenever Florida decides to do it, they're going to retire his number, but that's when Florida decides to do it. Like I said, I don't hold issue with CU retiring Shador's number. Do I hold issue of when they are deciding to do it? Sure. Like, yeah, this seems a little bit premature. I'll even lament to what DC said. Allow Travis to have his moment. Hell, he's the most highly decorated CU player ever. So sure, do it separate. Do Travis's at one time and do Shador's at another time if you want to. But I can't understand if you have been the first ever to do something, if you hold currently 4 of the 6 records outright and your top 3 and the other 2, I don't understand how you cannot say, well, he statistically, he has been one of the best QBs for Colorado in their program history. And then people are going to say, well, he only won 13 games. No, he didn't only win 13 games. Coach Prime only won 13 games.
You can't say that. It sounds so
What-
weird for you to say Coach Prime won 13 games
look,
if Coach Prime was on the field playing. The quarterback was the one throwing the ball. So what are you talking about?
He's the coach of the team. Harry,
What the heck are we talking about? Am I losing my mind here? I can't sit here and let you do this. You're committing a crime right now.
Did Shador play defense, Harry? I've already given you an
DC
example.
was a police officer, and I feel like I need to call him to arrest you for saying that kind of stuff you're saying right now.
Did Shador play defense? Did he play defense? Did he play defense?
What?
Did he play defense? I'm asking a serious
Listen,
question because now I need to know if he played defense.
I'm not going to sit here and start listing what Shador did poorly and why we lost several games because it's going to make me sound like a hater. I don't want to start making that type of argument, but what I'm saying is it sounds ludicrous for you to sit here and say Coach Prime was 13-12, not Shador.
He is.
What?
He's the head coach. He's the head coach. Coaching records are okay, Harry, let me ask you a question. Who do you think the greatest NBA player is of all time?
The greatest?
Yeah, NBA, just name.
You have to say Michael Jordan.
Michael Jordan. All right, what's Michael Jordan's NBA record? What's his NBA record? How many games did he win in the NBA? Nobody knows that, Harry. You're going to say, well, he won this many championships. He won this many MVPs. He won this. He won that. He was the scoring leader from this time to defensive player of the year.
That's not an argument. That's the nuance. You're not letting me talk about the nuances.
Those are accolades of the player.
Wait, look, bro, you haven't let me say anything about the nuances. I said if you want to have this conversation, are you willing to accept the nuances? You can't just be like, oh, no, he did this for Colorado. The nuances has to do with, is there any argument? Why are we even challenging it? Those are nuances. You have to think, you got to consider that. You cannot say, oh, no, nobody cares. Apparently, people do care. Like, people care.
People care.
Nobody matters. Then, okay, fine. Then the fans,
Harry,
and people that cover the sport don't matter.
Why do you think
the ones that we're not considering? But
why do you think people care?
Have a problem with it?
Here's
it's because he ain't won nothing.
Here's a question.
Matters.
Here's a question for you, Harry. Why do you think people care? Why? Why do you think people care, Harry?
The reason why people care is because it has to be undisputed.
No, Harry.
Getting his jersey retired is not undisputed.
Jersey
retirements are usually undisputed.
Tell the truth, Harry. Why does he care? Why do people care, Harry? Why? Why do they care so much,
you
Harry?
Do that Dion thing? Oh, it's because it's Dion?
No, they care because his last name is Sanders.
Well, that's what I just said.
Okay, exactly. That's why they care. Because if it was Juju, if Juju came,
come on now, you can't have it both ways. You can't have it both ways. If you want the heat, you want the pride, if you want the spotlight, if you demand the spotlight, if you say, "Hey man, I'm the biggest thing," everywhere I go, there's cameras. Everywhere I go, people are going to follow me.
That has nothing to do with
a story. If you say that, then this is what comes with it.
What does that have to do with Shador's play on the field?
You're starting to get me hyped now. You can't have it both ways. Literally told the NFL cameras that if you sit there, anywhere I go, there's a camera, I bring the funk. You cannot have that and then say that it doesn't matter that people care because my name is Sanders.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. If his name wasn't Sanders, and he came and he did the same thing. Let's say his last name is Sanchez, And QB1 Sanchez came in from Jackson State with Coach Prime, and he lit it up. He became the first ever decorated QB for the Johnny Unitas Award for the University of Colorado. And then he became he owns outright four of the six statistical categories, and he's top three in the other two.
Who
and
cares?
all of this
He
stuff.
don't deserve it.
And then they decided to retire QB1 Sanchez record. Everybody be like, okay, well, they're probably doing it a little bit early, but good on Sanchez. That's good. But since it's Shador and his last name is Sanders, people are like, "Oh, Coach Prime got something to do with this."
This one is one is not. Let me bring DC back on. But hold on. I think Prime and y'all that are saying that are full of crap, and I'll tell you why. But let me bring back DC on that. That one. You should not use that one. I know you want to plaster that all over the place. But this one, I'm one of the biggest Prime fans. My channel literally says BWB. Like, no, we're not doing that. Okay?
Yeah, because
we're not doing that. We're not going to do that. Hold on, let me bring DC back on. Hold on. DC, welcome back. What's up, my brother? You heard something? You're back. What's up?
What's up? I'm just listening to J.R. Cook, and then I will respond to it.
All right, you go ahead, JR.
Yeah, and the reason why I say this, because Shiloh jersey is not being retired. They're not doing anything for Shiloh. So I would lament to you if it was Travis, Shador, and Shiloh. And then we go and look at Shiloh's stats and say, man, he ain't the leader in nothing. He's a great player for the school, but he don't lead in nothing. Why they retiring his jersey? He's not the first ever to be the first whatever Biletnikoff winner or best safety or holds all these stats or leads the school in the most tackles ever. Why are they retiring Shiloh's jersey? Then I'll be like, yeah, you know what? You on to something. Man, what Coach Prime doing, man?
Man, we onto something with Shador. Are you kidding?
But we're talking about one of the most decorated individual players for the University of Colorado. And people are going to say, well, he only won 13 games. No, Coach Prime won 13 games.
You sound crazy saying that. You gotta stop saying that. All right, let me let DC
Go ahead, DC.
It sounds so crazy to say, no, we're not putting a record on him. We're going to say give that to Coach Prime because he had nothing to do with that. He don't play defense. He didn't try to block for himself. What?
Yeah,
no,
he does
stop
it.
that craziness. Go ahead, DC, please.
So I'm gonna start with this. Do y'all remember on the TV? I forget what it was when Shiloh was at JSU and they had him on TV talking, and Prime was like, I don't know if I'm gonna want to let you wear 21, the number 21. Y'all remember that discussion they had? Because you had to earn it and it had to mean something.
I don't remember.
Okay. So let me ask you this, with Prime saying that, asking this question before we go into the next one, do you think Shiloh earned, according to Prime and what Prime did with that number, did Shiloh earn it?
Go ahead, JR.
The number 21 at the University of Colorado, did he earn it?
At JSU and at 20 and in Colorado, did he earn it? According to what Prime is saying about the number, said about the number 21.
Now, what did Coach Prime say about the number 21?
He was saying that was a special number and you had to earn that number.
Okay, so I would assume, and it's a safe assumption that he earned it. If Coach Prime said you have to earn this number, then if that number was awarded to that player,
why are you assuming like you didn't watch none of the games?
No,
okay,
but what I'm saying is that DC asked me a question and I answered it. Now,
no, but if you're assuming, that means that you're saying you're putting it back on Coach Prime.
No, hold on.
You're not going to escape.
Harry,
if you're assuming, then that means that your thinking is that in Coach Prime's head, he earned it. But we saw the games. You saw him doing the prayers. You saw him getting on all fours and asking God for help. You can make your own determination if you think he earned it.
What does missing tackles have to do with keeping your number? When you have to pray to God, it's too late. If I'm not correct, you earn your number before the season starts, right?
Well, you,
I
Is
think
that
you
correct,
have to
earned.
get
DC?
down.
There's
When you
a.
have to get
Do
down
you
on
not
all
earn- do
fours
you
and
not
pray to
earn-
God, it's too
Do
late.
you not earn your number before the season starts, DC?
I think that you do have to earn that in practice. Let me ask you this before I move on to the
Hold on,
victory.
DC,
Because
we gotta let my joke land.
I don't know
No.
what Harry on with me, man. Because he's
Harry just
saying you saw him
having
out there
fun
doing
with
the
it.
prayer hands. Did he
Hold on.
not earn the number
Hold on.
before the season started?
Hold on, JR. No, you're gonna let this joke ride. If you gotta pray, if you gotta pray in the middle of the season, in the middle of a game, it's too late.
Like I said, man, to me, honestly, I think it's for the namesake. Like I
So
said, if it was somebody
Hold on,
else,
let me handle some business real quick. Hold on. Thank you for shout out to Phil So Real for the super chat. Phil's always paying for these chats because I don't have the numbers to get paid on most of these lives anyways. So any type of super chat or anything y'all give, it really helps the yeah, that's yours. It really helps it helps me, okay, to pay for these things. So Phil says, Phil, salute to you. If two had a .4 record, 400 record, with the records he broke, should his number still be retired? How bad of a record is too bad to say it shouldn't be retired? So anybody want to take that real quick before we move on?
To answer that for Phil, when you say record and you associate it with the QB, that's being disingenuous because the
Wait,
record
what?
is not the record is not only associated with the quarterback.
Wait, huh?
Like it's not. It's not. We could say the same thing for
Why you
every
got me
other
scratching
player
my
on
head?
the
Because
team.
I'm lost here.
Whoa, hold on, Harry. Hold on, wait. Because we can associate the record with every other player on the team. Travis Hunter went 13-12 and he won the Heisman. So should he not have won the Heisman because the team went 13-12 over the past 2 years?
well, I'm
Like
not going to say
I'm
that.
not understanding what people are coming from. Like, well, he only went 13-12. No, Coach Prime went 13-12. He's a player on the team.
So here's it.
Players play and they create stats to be judged upon.
So to
Players
me,
get drafted to the NFL. We're going to see players get drafted from teams without winning records. Do they not deserve to be drafted?
they do deserve to be drafted. But here's what I'm going to say. All right,
Being
because
drafted and getting your number retired are two different things.
I agree with that as well. So
It's
here's
up to
what
the
I'm going to say.
university.
Right, because Mississippi State sucked, and they're still gonna get players drafted. At the end of the day,
Exactly.
Vanderbilt sucked. Well, Vanderbilt didn't suck this year, but they will. But here's what I'm gonna say. All right. So do I think that Shiloh earned it? I think from a father to son, I totally get that. Where I was going with that though is that notice that I asked that question because we didn't discuss what Prime's criteria was for it. It was a gut feeling, not so much of hey, you need to have this many tackles, at least you need to have this many sacks and stuff. Because you can sit back and say if he earned it after that after old boy from Kansas City broke them ankles, he should have took it off and gave him 22. Because at the end of the day is that 20 that because he didn't make the tackle. But anyway, here's the thing I'm saying. All right, JR. I'm gonna ask you some questions. I'm putting you on
Yeah.
the stand. Raise your right hand. That you promise to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth. So help you, whatever you want to believe in.
So help me God.
All
I
right.
believe in God. So
All
help
right.
me
I
God.
know
Amen.
he believes in
Amen.
God.
All
So
right.
help you, Buddha.
So, right. Right. So help me prime. All right. So let's go. I'm messing with you. All right. So,
Oh my God.
Mr. Boxing, I'm gonna ask you this.
Uh-huh.
Is it or is it not true? Is it true that your defense of Shador Sanders, is it true that during the last season that he was throwing the ball to pad stats?
Do I believe it to be true? He threw the ball to pad stats.
Doggone it, Mr. Boxing, just answer the question. Do you believe that Shador, I'm messing with you. Do you believe that Shador Sanders was pad statting? That he
Stop
was in
padding.
the game? Hmm?
Stat padding, not
Stat
pass
padding?
padding.
No,
Stat padding.
no, I don't believe he was stat padding. No.
Okay. All right. Let me ask you this. Do you believe if they actually had ran the ball more, that Shador would have the numbers he has?
No.
Okay, so you don't
Wait, you
believe.
said you don't believe that?
That if they ran the ball more, he wouldn't have had the numbers that he had? No,
Right.
I don't believe that.
I
Okay,
mean, do you
so
believe in math?
Look, I'll say this.
What?
Syracuse had a running back that ran for 1,000 yards. Kyle McCord threw for 5,000 yards. Did that running back at Syracuse detract from Kyle McCord throwing for 5,000 yards? He still threw for 5,000 yards, y'all.
okay,
But
so
are
you
we talking
bet.
about the same team there? Like,
The
Well, hold
same
up.
team.
it's not that it's impossible.
Well,
but
hold on
That's
one
why
second.
that's why I
We're
said
talking
no.
about
That's why
Colorado.
I'm like no.
Well,
No,
hold on.
I think I believe he could have got the same stats.
Well, hold on one second. So you're saying is that if they ran the ball, Shador would have had higher numbers?
That wasn't the question, DC. The question you asked was, if CU ran the ball more, do you believe that Shador would have not gotten the same amount of yards? And I said no.
Okay. All right. So I'm
I
asking that.
answered your question.
All right, DC, you got one more? You're going to land your plane?
All right. So then what you're saying, well, I do have a quick side question. So should Cal McCord's jersey be raised up?
That's up to the University of Syracuse.
Okay. Let's get back over to here. My
Okay.
last question I'm going to ask you because Harry only gave me one.
Harry, man, you rude, man. How you gonna give DC one?
No, I mean, I wanted to know where he's
No.
going. Like,
I'm going with it. Here's what I'm saying. The premise I'm saying is that
And I'm
there
just
was
joking, Harry. You know,
there was
I
there
know.
was some padding of stats. We saw in that
Oh,
doggone
you
North
just wanted him
Dakota.
to come along with your thoughts? Come on, man.
Come on, what would you do? I mean, as an attorney, you're gonna lead them to where you want them to go. You're not finna work against yourself. So at the end of the day, I'm gonna sit here and say to a point, it's like this. Hey, let's just cut the questions and go straight to it. You can't have it both ways. You can't when it does great that it's great, and then when something's negative said, they're only saying it because he's a Sanders. No, we're not.
Okay,
We're
now
saying it.
that makes sense right there.
Right. We can't sit back and go. And we have to also understand, you know, good and well during that North Dakota State when the game was almost over and he was throwing that ball. Because he even said it, I was trying to give somebody the ball. At the end of the day is you would have won the game. That's when you run your ball. It's times where they could have had Staub in the game. So you didn't have a backup done. So let's not act like there wasn't no pat statting because it was. Yes, I can see somebody in the comments saying there were lateral plays that got some runs to it. Sure enough. But at the end of the day is that ball was being thrown at times when they should have been running the ball. The other thing I'm going to say is that you can't say, well, it's great because it's Sanders, but then when there is a critique, a constructive for me, that is well, the only reason that people are saying something because of the Sanders. No, it's not, because sometimes stuff don't make no sense.
But look, let me
Go
make
ahead.
this comment, DC. See, this is the part. This is where I have an issue with this. You see why we're having this argument?
we're not having an argument. We're having a healthy football discussion.
No. I'm talking about the world.
Oh, okay.
And this whole it's only because he's a Sanders. This is the reason why jersey retirements are important. We would not be having this. This is a nuance that JR did not let me get out. Okay.
Oh, now it's me?
No,
I'm about to put myself on mute. I'm putting myself on mute, DC.
Hey, listen, I like when my guests, say a lot, and you are one of those guests that I like to just let you go. Just like when my wild dog used to be here. Sometimes we just gotta let if they're cooking, let them cook. But
shout out,
but you're trying to change him to JR volleyball. Don't do that to him.
Yeah, that's what he's trying to do. Shout out, Wild Dog. I'm just trying to say, look, Wild Dog. Shout out to you, man.
So listen. I'm going to say this with the most respect and reverence for Coach Prime and his what he got going on.
Don't do it, Harry. Don't do it.
No. This is respectful. Jersey retirements are supposed to be undisputed. We're not supposed to be having this conversation for Colorado or PWI. Nobody cares, right? The only reason why we're having this argument is because it's about the undisputed part of it. if there was no undisputed part of it, we would not be having this argument. But that's the nuance part of it. And I keep telling you, there is a nuance. There's an asterisk, right? When there is when there are questions, when there are unanswered questions, then there is going to be this argument. When you have a jersey retirement, ain't nobody supposed to be having no argument about it. Ain't nobody supposed to be challenging it unless they just don't like you. But even your staunchest fans, even the people that love you to the highest degree and name themselves BWB are like, bro, I don't know about this one. If those people have an issue with it, it's not all your haters that are having an argument with it. It ain't just your haters. Dr. Michael Jones, who is a CU alum, who was the captain of that Orange Bowl, he's having an argument with it. He's having a problem with it. If the people that support you the most are having an argument with it, that means it's not undisputed. So with the most respect, jersey retirements are supposed to be undisputed. This one is not.
Let me say this.
We can make an argument for Travis, even though we know that it's too soon. But for Shedeur, come on, guy. Like, you can't, if you're going to put that, because it's my name tag, nah, you can't use that on everything.
But let me finish this point. Is that, think about this. All right. Put it in context. Did Travis get his award more so on the receiver side or the defensive back side?
He got it from the backside.
Defensive backside.
He got it from the Royal
side.
I think Travis earned all of his awards. I mean, you could say the individual awards like the Benerick Award for top receiver and stuff like that. He earned it by being a top receiver. But he earned the Heisman by being the most outstanding college football player on the field.
But what I'm saying is, he was more impressive on which side of the ball? Offense or defense? Wide receiver or DB?
He wasn't dominant at either. I think he was just good at both.
He was the most dynamic player on the field of college football all year.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think dynamic is a good word.
Okay.
I think
so
he was dynamic, but he was not dominant. So let's just get that straight.
Here's where I'm going. Dynamic. Yeah.
Right. Because here's where I'm going. Because I was to tell you in the past, got to think about some of those players. They played Nebraska when Nebraska was a powerhouse. They played Power Company. They played the Texas. They played the Notre Dames. I think folks are forgetting that the team, the talent that they went up against is not the same talent that Cordell Stewart and Salam and all those folks with. And I challenge you to go back and look at that. That's the great thing about legacy.
I will. Definitely not the current Big 12.
I'm gonna tell you right now. Yes,
I'll go back and look at it.
Right, because the same thing is that's on one thing. That's why. So next, because like when people sit back and said the two-way players, I forget what the guy at Georgia. They're not remembering is that some of the he went up against like the Peyton Mannings and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Hunter did not go up against. He had more. So here's what I'm saying. Ultimately, think about this, JR, and to the people that are defending this. Is that generally every ball that Travis caught on offense was thrown by Shedeur, right? So why do you think we're having an issue with one and not the other? Because somebody had to feed Travis. So we're having the point of we're arguing with the feeder. We ain't arguing with the person that ate.
You said that the record belongs to Dion and not Shedeur. That's the same argument.
But what we're saying is we ain't got a problem with the person who ate, which is Travis. Travis ate and got that. What we're saying is when you look at context, the reason why Travis got it is because Travis had extra elements to it. So it doesn't have anything to do with Sandu. Everybody in here agrees that Shedeur is a solid QB. Every last one of them, we've never disputed that. And nobody is disputing with Harry saying the retirement undisputed. Nobody is disputing Hunter. It's the timing. But we're all sitting here saying we're disputing it because there's not because he's a Sanders. We're disputing it. It's because when you look at that numbers, while there was great, there were still other issues that keep him just below that threshold.
I mean, look, I understand what you're saying. I understand where Harry's trying to say. I'm simply speaking to the fact of, and I'll paint this picture, then I'll move on and explain it. So you look at Shadour's stats, right? Like I've already put it out there. There's 6 QB stats that CU tracks. He owns 4 of them outright. He's top 3 in the other 2. He's the first ever Johnny Unitas QB Golden Arm Award winner. He's the first Big 12.
Who was the first person to wear the jersey?
First team. Whoa. First all-team Big 12 quarterback for the University of Colorado. They've never had a first-team quarterback, University of Colorado. Never. You look that up, fact check me all you want. It's
because
out there.
The game was different in the past, though. We got to remember that.
But DC, we playing the game now. We ain't playing the game when Cordell Stewart played. Cordell Stewart finished 13th in the Heisman balloting. I mean, it is what it is.
Finished 18th, right?
For as great as a career.
No, where should finish?
He finished 8th. For as great as Cordell Stewart career that he has, Cordell Stewart is not the top in any of the categories. He's not even the top. Well, no, let me take that back. He's the top rusher at QB. He still owns that record. But in no other category is Cordell Stewart the top of. So I'm going to ask you this question. Let's say 10 years go by, 15 years go by, 20 years go by, and Shadour still holds 4 of the records, and he's still top 3 in the other 2 of the 6 QB categories. Should they retire his jersey then? His number's still standing. They still going strong 10, 15, 20 years after now. Would you have a problem with it then? Or is the problem that it's just too soon?
I would, when it comes to Shadour, I get he's like right there. For me, he's right below the cut line. But I'll concede this. Say he should. To all the folks that are pushing this, when y'all gonna start? So should he not also have it pushed up at JSU too? If we're gonna go here.
Yeah, look, I had a passionate conversation about this Tuesday night. If the question was asked to me, should JSU honor Coach Prime and the players for like uplifting the program or something like that? And I was just like, yeah, they should, but when do they do this? Because again, I don't have a problem with the University of Colorado honoring these 2 players for their accolades. They hold records in the history book. Travis Hunter, most decorated player for Colorado football. So to me, do I think it's early? Yes. But the university doesn't think it's early. So, all right, great. They want to do it 10 years down the line? All right, great, whatever. So the question was asked me, should you think JSU should honor Coach Prime and all of these sorts for everything that he did? And I was like, well, coaches are judged based off of wins and losses. Coach Prime, I believe he went like 27-6 at the university or at Jackson State University. He doesn't hold the highest coaching winning percentage. Now, all the other nuances that and he didn't win the Black College Football National Championship. He got there 2 years, but he didn't win. Now, all the other nuances that Harry talks about, well, Coach Prime, he helped them get a new field. He helped them get a new weight room. He helped them do this. He helped them do this. This and the third. That's great. That's great he did that. He didn't have to do that. He got hired to be the football coach, to win games. But does he have the highest win percentage in Jackson State history? And they were like, well, they could have, you can name a building after him or something like, they could. They can. They probably will. They'll probably name the practice field after him or something like that at some point in time. But do they have to do it immediately? No. Now, Colorado is choosing to do it immediately for their 2 players, and that's perfectly fine because that's what Colorado wants to do. And then another thing, a lot of people are trying to associate this jersey retirement to Coach Prime. Coach Prime don't make the decision on that. You got DC, you know better than anybody else. They got Board of Regents. You have the athletic director. All of these other people have to sign off on this. Coach Prime may have some input to be like, yeah, I think these two players are worthy of it. Board of Regents and the athletic director still have to sign off on it. I don't hear Rick George getting no flack he's the athletic director. I don't hear him getting no flack.
He is getting flack.
Coach
I promise
Prime
you, he's
taking
getting
more
flack.
heat than anybody else.
I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you what tells me that Rick George is getting flack is the amount that's in that NIL. That tells me that everybody is not completely bought in.
Are you seeing this record that I'm showing?
What is that?
So let's go over some of these quarterbacks at Colorado.
Yeah.
All right. Passing yards 7,364, fifth all time. Touchdown 64, first all time. This is Shador.
Yeah.
Completion percentage 71.5. Career record at Colorado 13-11. We'll say 13-12, just for the bowl game. Winning percentage 54.2%. Notable achievement, holds single season records for passing yards 4,134 in 2024 and touchdowns 37 in 2024. Recipient of the Johnny Unitas ARM Award in 2024, not Army. All right, Sifu Lafo, whatever his name is. All right, passing yards 9,763 all time, first all time, 60 touchdowns. Completion percentage 62.9%. Shador has that. Career record 25-23. Winning percentage 52.1. Notable achievement, left Colorado to a 10-4 season in 2016, finishing 10th in the college football playoff rankings. Then we have Steven Montez, who was 2016 to 2019. Passing yards 9,710. Second all time. Touchdown 63. Completion percentage 62.4. Career record 17-23. Winning percentage 43.6. And then we have Cordell Stewart. He has 6,481 passing yards. 33 touchdowns. Completion percentage was 58.1. Career record 26-7-1. Winning percentage 77.9%. Notable achievement, he led Colorado to an 11-1 season in 1994. Famous for the miracle at Michigan, the Hail Mary pass. I think they can include Colorado's Hail Mary pass with I think that was
Shador, right?
Yeah. With Shador Baylor, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. The history books. This is when we start talking history. That's the problem about this. Like 1994, college football can still remember the miracle at Michigan. You feel me? So Joe Klatt, 2002 to 2005, passing yards 7,708, fourth all time. Touchdowns 46, completion percentage 60.8, career record 20 to 16, winning percentage is 55.56. So here's what it said. These quarterbacks have each left a significant mark on Colorado's football history, with Shador's currently holding the top spot for career passing touchdowns and single season records. Cordell Stewart boasts the highest winning percentage among them, reflecting his impactful tenure during the early 1990s.
So can I ask this question?
Yeah.
So what we're sitting here is saying is single season, not total career at Colorado. So you're going to sit here. This is what y'all are trying, because it's when Harry put the data out there, it says a lot. So you're sitting here telling me that they all got in one room and voted to do this, and you telling me not one person said, what about Cordell? What about Joe Klatt? What about the other dude name that I can't say, but it sounds like somebody that's an astronaut or Russian astronaut?
Lapatu.
Yeah.
Lapatu.
So my thing is right.
Sifo Lapatu.
Right. You telling me
Lapatutu something.
Right. That what y'all are telling me to believe is that Rick George was sitting in his thing, looking out his window at the mountains and watching, Bucky's film, some grass on the other side. Yes, I am. And he was sitting up there saying, you know what? I see all these gold jackets walking around here and this big old scoreboard, and we getting them clicks.
The price of gold is low right now.
Mm-hmm. Yep. price of gold. We got plenty on this campus.
Hey,
And
buy
he
some
looked out
gold right now if you can.
exactly, and he looked out across there and said, "You know
And
what?
stop though.
I've done everything is. I mean, we bring out this money. The streets of Boulder are paved with gold. Everybody's walking around looking like they all live in Zamunda. What is it that I could do to make this better? You know what? I know what I can do. I can retire Shador and Travis jersey." So then he goes in there and say, "Hey, board, check this out. I want to retire Shador's and Travis jersey. Who has a problem with that?" And everyone's like, "No, no, no, Mr. George. Every last one of us, we're signing on, sir. There's nothing but greatness here." And that nobody said nothing before this came out. Is
But
that what
DC, I
y'all
got a
telling me?
question. I got a question for you, DC.
What's that?
If you give Shador one more year, just like Sifo had, does he eclipse that 9,700 yards? Because Shador did that in 2 years, and
Can I
Sifo
say that?
did
Can
his
I
in
can I
3
keep it
years.
real with you? Can I keep it real with you? If Shador
I'd rather you don't keep it real. What would you say if you weren't keeping it real?
No, man, I don't care if he threw for 1,000,000 yards. I'm just saying. But within the context, if he
Oh,
had one more year and even went 9-4 again and beat somebody in the Pop Tart Bowl, whatever it is, I'd probably be willing to say, you know what? That's deserved. As long as they go back and pull some of these other people and have them all lined up and do the jersey during the game. That would have been fine with me.
oh, that's a good one. The question is, are you bringing the OGs and are they happy?
Yes.
That's
There's
why I
no way I
said
would
this
have
has
done
to
this
be
without the
undisputed.
OGs.
That'll be a great question to ask. I can't wait
Are
till they
you
see
bringing the
Cordell Stewart and
OGs
ask him
out
that question.
to honor them? And are they going to be happy with the fact that he's getting this honor? If not, then this is undisputed. This is disputed. That's
You
why I
know
said
what?
jerseys things have to be undisputed, bro.
Harry, you about to go make me watch Joel Klatt, and I don't even rock like that. But you about to go make me watch Joel Klatt to see if he got anything to say about it. Shit, he was on there because
He does.
I'm pretty sure at some point Uncle Neely is probably gonna have an interview with Cordell Stewart or something like that. Spring game coming up, first game of the season about to roll around. I'm sure that question will be asked, and
Well,
I'm
let's be
interested to
fair.
see what Cordell
Let's be
Stewart got to say.
fair. Some of these guys are protecting images. They're protecting Prime. They got to make sure that you're holding up Prime, so you're not going to be getting no fair answers.
Oh man,
No, come on now. We know how the media works. We got to
man.
understand how public persona works. You're not throwing anybody under the bus for the sake of anybody's getting a good interview or something like that. So do not trust anything you get in the media from anybody. Don't trust that.
Now, Harry, we had a media discussion last time I was on there, and you was talking about, man, I'm quoting sources, I'm pulling sources, I trust those sources. Now you telling me don't trust what the media put up. Harry, what the hell you want from me, man?
No, context. Context, my brother. When you're doing research, there's a difference between trusting CNN, New York Times, versus trusting your favorite YouTuber who's getting his stats from Twitter. There's a difference.
I get what you say. I'm just giving you a hard time.
Right, but let me just say this. But let me also say this. I will say this because I watched Cordell play. Cordell, y'all have to understand that Cordell was the prototype because they wasn't having a whole lot of black quarterbacks to Cordell.
Yeah, you're right.
So to not have Cordell who meant stuff, talk about mean something to the culture. Cordell Stewart all day. I get watch this chat. Y'all even saying who agrees with that? That Cordell caused them to have to change how they dealt with black quarterbacks because he was
according to JR Boxing the first, but he would have done that outside of Colorado.
Whoa. Now Cordell wasn't the first. You had Randall Cunningham, you had Doug Whip, you had a lot of black quarterbacks.
You did have
played.
them.
Now, Cordell was the most marketable quarterback.
He was the modern.
Yeah,
he changed the game to say it used to be because I saw put it like this. I got Randall Cunningham football cards, Warren Moon. I still have them when I was a kid. Those guys were phenomenal. What I'm saying is, for modern era of the black quarterback, that's what Cordell Stewart sees.
Yeah.
So I will even say this: had you had Cordell Stewart and some OGs, this would probably have been sold a lot better. I probably wouldn't even say it now. I would say, I don't know about Shador, but for to do Shador ahead of Cordell is a no-no. That should not have happened. I
Look,
won't even go
I
ahead.
agree with you. I agree with you on that. That's why I said, is it too early? Yes. But do I think Shador still could have his number retired? Yes. But I
I'm
think it's
fine.
too early. Now, Travis, I don't have a problem with. They could do Travis tonight if they wanted to. They ain't got to wait till spring game. Do it tonight.
Right.
Get
So they
all
need
the
to put
students, get all the students in the basketball arena and honor them like that, or pack the football stadium with all the students on the
right.
campus to do it like that. For Travis, it doesn't matter. He is clearly the most decorated football player in CU history. And I don't got stats in front of me like Harry got his pulled up, but I would even argue the fact that Travis Hunter is probably one of the most decorated football
Travis is
players
ranked
in
number one.
all of football.
Let's listen in. Let's listen to this.
And I'm trying to get this news in too.
Yeah, well, this
Colorado is retiring his number one. I was trying to make that work.
Yeah.
Also retiring Shador's number. What is your take on the Buffaloes retiring the numbers?
Man, not a good look.
They go that cough.
Not
That
not
cough
a
of
good look.
disapproval.
And I don't know of anybody anywhere that has been a more staunch supporter of what has gone on at Colorado. You know, I am, and still am, by the way, because what they have done and what Coach Prime has brought, what Shador brought to the table and turned around this program is really unprecedented, because they were awful. 2 years ago, they were 1-11, and they lost those 11 games by basically an average of 30 points. You know, and then they just won 9 games and finished in the top 25 and had a Heisman Trophy winner, and they're going to have a first-round quarterback. So, like, I get it. I think that the argument from their side, and by the way, this did not come from Dion. This has to get signed off by the athletic director. I talked to him today, told him that I didn't agree with this. And he said, listen, this guy, Shador Sanders and Travis Hunter, changed the trajectory of our program. They saved our program in a lot of ways. And I understand that from their perspective. And there's certainly a lot of national awards. I just think that it cheapens what you're actually trying to do. You're trying to honor Shador Sanders. You're trying to honor Travis Hunter. And the only
argument.
one that all of us are going to be like, well, yeah, I get that, is Travis, because he won the Heisman.
That's right.
With Shador, from the outside looking in, it's way too easy to say, like, would this happen if he had a different name on his back? And I think that's what then becomes a disservice to Shador. You're trying to honor him, and yet it's just going to bring more questions. And then, by the way, 9 days before the draft, when the narrative surrounding him and the questions from some of the front offices in the NFL are going to be about, does he think he's bigger than our organization? Does his family think that he's bigger than our organization? So to throw this, little nuclear bomb 9 days before the draft, it perpetuates that narrative,
bomb,
which also does him a disservice. So I don't agree with it. That's kind of all I have to say.
So listen,
See, he made some of the arguments that I'm saying. His legacy is being like, you're throwing wet paper napkins on his legacy. And
Harry, why would he use the word nuclear bomb?
Because that everybody's talking about it. That's the whole point.
That's the only
because
point
it's
that he spoke to,
because it's disputed.
about
Jersey retirements are supposed to be undisputed. That's why it's a nuclear bomb. Because it's disputed. It's not supposed to be disputed.
Harry, what I'll ask you, Harry, is pull up the other players that are retired numbers by the University of Colorado. We may not be able to find their stats, because I want to say
number 19.
Before no. They have right now, before Travis and Shador, they have 4 players total right now before Travis and Shador.
Okay.
They have 4 players total. Now, number 19 is the most recognizable name, Rashawn Salam. We all recognize him because he won the Heisman. Then he tragically passed away. Then they retired his number and all of that stuff like that. But there's other players that are retired from the university. Now, that's a long time ago, well before we born. Maybe DC was born in the 60s or something like that. I don't know. I'm just joking with you, DC. But
1852.
but maybe some of these, maybe there are other players that have their number retired, and you can look at their stats and try to compare them against players that played in that generation. I mean, it goes back all the way, I believe, to like 1935 or 53 was the first year somebody had their number retired or something like that for the university. Don't quote me, but you can look it up. You can find it. And now, are people going to argue those numbers? Are people going to argue those names being retired? Are people like, so that's what I'm saying. Like, I get it if it was the NCAA and the NCAA came out and said, we putting Shedeur Sanders in the College Football Hall of Fame. I'd be like, yeah, he ain't did enough for that, man. But the man has done enough to be honored by CU.
Who says the honor?
Maybe,
Who says the honoring should be a retired jersey, though?
Who said the honor? Obviously, Rick George and the other board of regents that signed off on it.
Yeah, but you know
what
why
Joe
Rich
Platt
George is
said.
doing it? I don't know how when you started on when you came in on the lives, because I set this up by saying I feel like they're picky, or I forget the word that JD used in his R&B interview. They're co-opting Deion's bravado to help Shedeur, because on Shedor's own merit, he doesn't get this. Because if you listen to what Joe Klatt said when he talked to Rick George, they changed our program. Who did that? It wasn't Shedeur, it was Deion. So I think they're co-opting Deion's actual bravado and his impact to help Shedeur to get this number retired. Because if we just take Deion out of the picture and we bring in a different coach and then drop Shedeur with that coach, and he has the record that they have without Deion's impact, can you say that Shedeur's numbers, or the numbers that he has, that's going to retire his jersey without Deion's impact? Heck no, you can't. So you're co-opting Deion's impact to help Shedeur get his jersey retired, and that's disputed. That's not undisputed.
I would still, like I said, I would beg to differ, because I said if QB1 Sanchez came with Coach Prom from Jackson State and did the same numbers, and Rick George told Joe Klatt the same thing.
No. I'm saying do it the other way around. I'm saying take Deion's impact away and drop in a coach, a new coach without Deion's impact, and give them Shedeur's numbers.
Yeah, I would say the same thing, because of what
it would never happen.
Rick George said to Joe Klatt.
It would never happen because
change the program.
Right, but that's Deion. That's not Shedeur. Shedeur did not change the program. It was Deion.
But check this out.
And they honored Deion by giving him a new contract.
And then they honored his son by giving him a retired jersey.
That they didn't give him. He earned it.
Let's go. Well, think about it. Okay, so JR, I'm gonna ask you this question. What did Joe Klatt say that Rick George said when asked about the jersey retirement? What did he say?
Hold on. My daughter asked me a question. Boo, your therapy not canceled. I'm gonna take you. Mommy not taking you. I'll take you. He said that they helped change the face of the program.
Okay,
that's Deion.
Hold on. Okay, it's changing the face of the program.
Deion's impact. That's why he got $10 million.
It
wasn't because he won on the field.
It's changing the face of the program a stat. And if it is, what stat is it? What are you using? Money?
Well, hold on. Because I see where you're trying to go with this. You're trying to back me into the corner. One, we don't know the full extent of what Rick George and Joe Klatt talked about. Harry just said you can't believe everything you hear in media. Did Joe Klatt give us the full manuscript of what they talked about?
Oh, so now you question Joe.
I'm just saying. I'm just joking. To answer your question plainly, I'm just joking.
Right, because you know where I'm going with it. You know exactly where I'm going with it. There wasn't no. Hold on, Joe Klatt. I know you was.
Hey, I still got the interview in case you want to refresh your
No,
ears.
Right, but did
heard.
you see what
I'm just
Shador
a
did?
I'm,
Shador had a single season pass record. He did X, Y, and Z. His percentage is the highest X, Y, and Z. And yeah, I know Slash did stuff, and I know you were all right. You did a little something in your day, Joe Clapp. But I mean, Shador was just magic out there. Changed the game. You know, the Hail Mary that won Baylor. It was none of that. It was just like, well,
Impact.
he just changed it.
for all we know, that
It
could
was
have been
impact.
said. That could have been said, and Joe Clapp just summed it up to say, "Hey, man, they changed the state of the program." But
No, but Joe Clapp would have he would have said that. Joe Clapp would have said that.
Going off of Joe Clapp's words, do I see where you're coming from?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. I understand where you're coming from.
Oh, so it took a white man for you to believe a black man. Is that what you're saying?
It took a black man to rephrase what a white man said, Harry. Don't try to put that on
Yes.
me.
No.
Yeah,
I
you
literally
did.
laid this out, and I said it's throwing a wet napkin on his legacy. I said that in so many words, but the white man had to say it. You know.
No.
So here,
I don't even watch Joel Clapp. That's why I say y'all gonna make me go watch to see what he said.
Oh man, you missing.
I don't watch
if
Joe
you don't
Clapp,
watch
man.
Joe Clapp, man, you missing a lot. What?
but
Yeah,
the
I don't watch Joe Clapp.
the point here is this, because again, you know, folks, I ask you this: can I get folks to do a favor in the CU community before I finish my comment? Can I get y'all to go in the dictionary and find another word? I said this earlier, besides hater, maybe a disliker, or maybe a challenger.
A
But hate
disagreeer?
is such a disagreeer is probably better, because hate is such a strong word. Because there's nothing I ever said. I ain't never sit back and said, man, I hate Shador when I see him. It's on site, or I nothing to a point. I can make the criticism because this is football talk. So let's go. Call me a disagreeer. Call me a disliker if you want, which is not true. But hater, no, that's not it. So let's get back into this and then move on. Check it out. Having done what you've done in your life, JR, now retiring, what I've done, I understand there's a thing called damage control. And when nobody's really owning the decision, that generally there was some, when there's no owning the decision, there generally was some conflict with the decision that was made. So what was said was not to a point of football something, it was programmed, it was an optic over an outcome. That stuff stands out to me because I've dealt with that stuff in many environments. It isn't to put Shador down. Not once will you ever say, Harry B and JR, have y'all ever heard me say Shador sucks and he's not a good quarterback?
Nah, I never heard you say that.
I've always said he's a great quarterback. I would sit back and say he was that he was the one. Put it like this: as good as Travis is, I'll keep this real. If it wasn't for Shador, they wouldn't have won all those games that they did win. I'm keeping it real.
Clip that, Harry, to make sure we keep DC honest in the future.
I'm keeping it real. But I'm also sitting here and saying, to a point of, when you look at the list of all the stuff, to be honest with you, more my issue is not so much of it's too soon and I don't think Shador should have been there. It's to a point where I watched some of those OGs play. Like, there's no, the biggest thing I'm going to say is no way that Shador should be in over Cordell Stewart. No way. You're never going to sell that to me. Now, maybe some of the others. But anyway, it's a great conversation. I don't have much to say other than to a point of, how y'all doing?
Hey man, we got some news. Colorado tight end Sam Hart has entered the NCAA transfer portal. Per Pete Nichols, Hart was previously at Ohio State. Let's see if it gives us any type of stats.
No. He ain't do nothing, Eric.
He didn't do nothing. Okay, so according to our Mr.
Boxing
Boxing
one
statistician,
time.
Whoa. I'm not finna let that slide, JR.
What's up?
Volleyball. JR Volleyball. I'm not finna let that slide.
He was the only.
JR
Do we even have another tight end?
Harry.
Sylvester Smalls is the only one left?
Oh,
we got the new guy. We got the new guy that just came in.
When I heard folks talking about that he was a dog. He played at Ohio State. he a dog. I remember specifically, old boy.
Yo.
He coming in because he was over there in Ohio State. He a dog. Arf, arf,
Hey, he
arf,
got a point
arf.
there. He
Or
got a point there.
better yet,
No,
not to
oh,
be a
but
big
BT,
dog.
no, they're dog when they're coming in, but they're cats when they're leaving.
No, right. I can't do it
Somebody
like you
put
know
that
what.
on a T-shirt for me.
Right. The whole I gotta do it like when they like on the color Coming to America. I gotta do it. It came he was a dog. I was going, "Arf, arf." No, a big dog. A
Woof,
woof.
woof.
A woof. A woof. That's what y'all was saying.
Yo, Colorado fans are serious, yo. I'm telling you, it's like, yo, they're dogs, woof woof, coming in, but they're smart dogs, woof woof, when they're going out. They're not even dogs anymore. They're a whole other animal.
Hold
They're
on. DC, you acting like I called him a dog or something like that. Hey,
No,
did you hear me?
You're representing the Colorado fan base right now.
Dog?
you
All I
did.
said was the man ain't see the field.
You now you are balanced. And by the way, I'm gonna watch you tonight because I gotta support you. That's gonna always happen. I
Oh,
listen to the
you
community.
going live tonight?
He does some other things at other places, and I'm gonna always support bro because I understand he and I have we've endured in environments and to a point where I do like
I
to
think
support.
JR just scared. I know he a boxer, but I think he's scared of the primates. I think he's scared of the Dion fans. That's why he gotta hold them down regardless.
You know what?
I ain't scared no more.
Can
I
we
don't
take
really
a
care.
side note and just say you gotta admit, man, that when you come up, CU community, when folks make up names, because you know how black folks, we gonna do it. When you make up names like primates and prime sexuals, you gotta admit that's pretty funny. Because at the end of the day is you can call me a hater, but I'd rather be called a hater than a prime
The problem,
sexual all day long.
yo, nah, but it's like when people come and start calling you names, just kind of weird names, and like they start cussing you out because you said something critical about Dion. I'm like, come on, bro. Like, we're not doing that today. Like, come on, bro. Like, why you can't keep it respectful? All I said was X, Y, and Z. And you calling me, oh, you a clown, you a this, you a B. Like, when you go to that extent, you gotta get a name. You need a name. You
Yeah,
cannot.
the sad thing is people wouldn't say this in face to face, and it would. Why would even get into a squabble over? We just talk. But man, y'all,
No,
most
but
of y'all,
no, we do that for every program. I don't want to get violent. I don't want to start talking how strong I am. I'm just saying when we say that against everybody, we can talk greasy about Nick Saban. We can talk greasy about DeBoer. We can talk greasy about Kenny Dillingham, about the Satiq. We talk greasy about everybody because that's what college football is. But when it comes to prom, it's like, oh my gosh, he's a black man and we got to protect him at all costs. And you cannot talk about this black man. He's one and only black man that's in college football. And if you say anything about him, oh my gosh, you're spreading lies about prom. And I'm like, bro, calm down. This is college football. This is not that serious. Like Dr. Michael L. Jones going to go feed people in Africa and doing the ministry and all of that. Now that's important. This here is college football and is sports entertainment. You're taking it more seriously, than people actually doing some serious work that's actually saving lives. Like, stop playing. We're just critiquing college football stuff. It is not that serious to start calling people names on that. Like,
and it's barbershop talk.
Yeah, it's just like Shador's gonna be fine. Okay. The fact that we're talking about Shador not deserving jersey being retired, he's gonna be okay. Go to the NFL, go ball out. We're gonna be right back here saying now he deserves it. You know what I'm saying? Like if he wins the Super Bowl and he's the MVP and he's getting all these accolades, we're gonna be like, see, I told you he should have deserved it. He should have gotten it's just sports talk. Don't take it so seriously. Why you start calling people out of their names that their moms didn't give them? But I have another question for y'all. We're going to shortly talk about this because I'm over 3 hours and people don't watch 3 hour streams. No, sometimes they do because when they're traveling to like upstate into Rochester and they're going and they found a 3 hour, they're like, yes, Harry B in his loud mouth. Thank God it's 3 hours. He's going to keep me up. So I'm glad we're still talking. I got a question for y'all about this NIL. Who do y'all think is wrong in the situation with the Nico Iamaleava situation? Yeah, I want to know the old school and the new school type of thought process, because a lot of old school guys are chiming in and they're saying, "Oh my gosh, he should have not done this." At which point do we get to at which point do we come and say, "Hey, this is sports entertainment, and when you have sports entertainment, there is money that's being exchanged, and when you have money that's being exchanged, it becomes a business, right?" When do we start saying this is a business, and in business there's negotiations, and stop blaming the players?
So here's what I would say. And let
You go
me hit
first,
that one
DC.
real quick. First, I'll say is that this, if you're going to call DC a hater, then I should be able to call you one of the aunties, like people be saying in the
Oh,
CP
DC,
community.
don't get personal. Don't worry about those folks. Answer
I'm
my
messing
question,
with you.
man.
I'm just messing. All right, I'm joking. Okay, here's the thing in business, folks. You don't get what you worth. You get what you negotiate. And that you also have to understand this word in our community. We do not understand what something may be right, something may be just. It doesn't mean very little if you do not understand your leverage. He mismanaged his leverage because you never start talking about something just like a woman. A woman generally don't leave a man. A woman will leave a man when she got another man over there waiting. And at the end of the day is you have to make sure that if you do decide to go and start looking, you have already secured the bag, as we say. I think what happened in this one is that he did not realize that he had the type of he thought he had because of Tennessee's success. He thought he had a leverage. Now, dude is about to go from a major market SEC, even though to UCLA. LA has a bigger market, but the SEC is more watch football and is done in peak hours versus UCLA will be playing a game at 10:30 at night on the East Coast because we saw that with Colorado. So this is a prime example of we're in the age of NIL, but unfortunately, when you don't have people who are actually do this for a living, you will have somebody negotiate something and negotiate your future away. Because now you went from a point where you probably could have maybe been in the playoffs, which is more visibility. UCLA is not making no playoffs.
Okay, so you took the route of pretty much blaming the player once again. Let's explore a route where we're not blaming the player.
I'm not blaming the player. I'm blaming who the
Business.
play. I'm blaming the people who are representing the player.
Well, that's the player. I mean, he's not no baby. He's not a 2-year-old, right? He has to listen. He's a college student, right? A college student. He's at the institution of higher learning. This ain't some play. This ain't what? All right. Okay. This ain't like a 2-year-old or 3-year-old who does not understand basic concepts. You're at a higher learning institution. You're at a place where you should be. You're cognitively, sound, and you understand what's going on. So these are your decisions. But for you to say, okay, he's in a situation where he's negotiating his contract. He's like, hey, this is what's going on. None of us are privy to what's going on behind the scenes. All we know is what is being put out there. And we know that in the media, narratives are formed about the people that have the biggest microphone, right? So the school would probably have the biggest microphone because the coach is the coach. So he puts out there, okay, I'm not negotiating no more. It is what it is. I'm out. But we don't know what led up to that. So now we're taking the school side and we're like, oh yeah, that's what happened. I can't believe he's about to leave Tennessee to go down to UCLA. We don't even know if he's at UCLA yet, okay? Until we see him in that jersey and he's on the field practicing. There was an offer made, but we don't know for sure that offer was accepted because it was a low ball offer based on whatever their situation is. So we're still waiting to see what that happens. But how do we know, and why do we keep saying what you're saying, DC? And go ahead.
We're saying it's because that's part of the game. It's that you still have to be able to understand your market value. Like everybody said, get that bag, get the views, get the stuff. You still have to understand your market value. Now, understand the average person is not going to do that. So now when you start getting representation, like you can have your parent or somebody close to you or a guardian as somebody that's involved in the process. But you got to get people that understand dollars and cents and know how to negotiate. For example, if I had been sitting there talking to Nico, I was like, okay, you go in there and ask for X, Y, and Z. Because if you don't, you already got no in your pocket. Once they told you no, to say, what kind of room do we have on negotiating the contract? Because you want to see what they tell you. Then from there, you can start saying, okay, last year you gave me this. I would have made this if we went 0-12. I'm going to ask is that if I repeat my success or do better, that you put in some incentives. And maybe I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but what I'm saying is that's where the players got to get smart. Because here's the thing, folks: a lot of these kids came from bad backgrounds and stuff where they have no clue of how deals and negotiations are made. So while we're in this era of money, understand the casino is gonna always win. So you got to know how when to hold when to gamble and when to cash in your chips. So I'm using this as a thing and say I don't think you need to have formal agents, because if you start adding agents, it's gonna get ugly. But I do think with somebody at his level, I would hope that he would have had a conversation outside of his dad that goes, "What's my value?"
Hey, JR, you want to chime in here? What's your thoughts on this situation?
Yeah, my thought. One, I want to let you know right now I'm driving here, so if I go out, because I stay in a little rural area, so if I go out, it's because I'm driving.
Okay.
So my thing to it is that I look at the adults in the situation, and by adults I mean whoever Nico's handlers are in the NCAA as a whole. So the NCAA one had an opportunity to try their best to get a hold of what we now see the NIL has turned into. And then for the adults in the situation, speaking to what DC said, how to better leverage yourself. Because I believe if Nico would have hopped in the portal earlier during the winter and asked for $4 million, he would have got it from another school. Honestly, Miami probably would have paid him the $4 million. To be honest. So I don't know like what negotiating he was doing with the university, what was promised to him. I use the example of the UNLV quarterback. He was promised $300,000. He never saw that. So for all we know, Nico was probably promised additional money. And he was probably coming to the table like, hey, man, I was supposed to get this additional money, and it doesn't look like I'm getting that money now. So why can't I get that money when it was something that we discussed? So we don't know what's going on. All we know is Tennessee is putting out all of this stuff about Nico now, about how he seemed like to be a troublesome person. He didn't want to show up for this, or he didn't want to do this, or he didn't want to do that. Meantime, you didn't hear a single thing while he was there, because how dare you bad talk your quarterback while he's there, right? Wait till he's out the door and say all these things. So I don't know what was in his contract, but what we know is that the university and this young man was renegotiating, and that the adults that are helping Nico renegotiate this, DC, I will yield to you. You are correct in that. They should have helped that young man better negotiate the deal to get it done at Tennessee, to get as much money as he wants. Because that's what an agent would do for a professional player. They're going to negotiate the best possible factors for this player and not back him into a corner, because now he's backed into a corner. All right, look, I don't want to leave. Look, y'all not going to pay me, so I got to go. And the next university, you got to play football. You have to put out stats in order to keep yourself competitive for a future goal of playing in NFL. So now UCLA is reportedly, they only offered him like 1.75. That's less than what he was originally getting at Tennessee. So like I said, I blame the adults who are helping negotiate for Nico. He takes partial blame as well. He is a young man. He needs to learn these things, but it's a hard lesson to learn right now. As far as money goes, you just learned a hard lesson. But I also blame the NCAA, because you have opened up this Pandora's box, and it doesn't even look like they're looking to put a lid on it. So if it has to go all the way to Congress for Congress to put a lid on it, that'd be a crying shame that a governing body doesn't know how to govern. But we're used to this in politics.
that governing bodies usually fail at governing at some point.
So speaking of what you just said about if they're going to put a lid on this, so bold to NCAA President Charlie Baker and a bipartisan group of federal lawmakers, there's an understanding that college sports must adapt a more formal registration and registration and restriction system. The NCAA has created an agent registry, but said it cannot enforce agent certification due to concerns over antitrust law. And while some state legislatures have implemented restrictions, the rules aren't commonplace nationwide. Bull, in fact, has enlisted a lobbying firm to convince Congress to pass a law implementing agent regulations. Currently, members of Congress are debating legislation related to college sports, spearheaded by Senator Ted Cruz, that includes agent restrictions. The framework, which is the same as a discussion drafted proposed in 2023, will require agents who do not meet formal registration parameters to notify their athletes to Congress, to congressional aides confirmed to FOS. So there is some type of framework, but some people saying agents and agents and agents, there are reasons why that doesn't happen. So I know that everybody has their opinions and they want to throw stuff in there, but if you don't understand what antitrust laws means, if you think this is ugly now, oh Lord, wait till this thing becomes like regular sports agents and this thing gets in the open market where there's regular, like where students are no longer considered student and they're considered semi-pro athletes. You're not gonna like this. If you're a college football fan, you ain't gonna like your sport after this is done. I'm just gonna I'm gonna leave it there. Let DC talk.
Well, see, the thing is, like, when people talk crap about Saban, it's saying, well, he can hang and stuff like that. No, no. Saban understood this is just not a sustainable model. And that's why he went on and got on out of it. Brian Kelly said the same thing about this. Dabo Sweeney said the same thing. Lane Kiffin, I can go on. They talked about y'all don't really realize what y'all are doing with these portals the way they are. And that's what I think is really causing the issue. Is that there's too many portal dates. So that winds up saying that means that your leverage shifts. Could we all agree on that? That the portals means your leverage is shifting. So now there's not a constant that it goes. And so I think that, but here's the thing. When you add agents in, sorry to tell you folks, all this is going to do is strengthen the SEC and Big Ten.
Oh yeah,
that's all that it's going to do.
Big 12, they want the big money. They're not. Asians are usually not interested in like oh, my son ain't getting enough playing time. They don't care none about that. All they want is that, look, can you play? Are you the best? Okay, we're gonna represent you.
Put it like this: Jimmy Sexton. Y'all know who that is?
I don't know the name.
Nah, I've never heard of that name.
Okay, so he is the agent for almost all these coaches. And bro, you can imagine he was for Saban, he was all that stuff. So you can imagine, dude just makes money hand over fist. Here's the thing: when you get to because there's also other people involved in this process, folks. I want y'all to know that. And less scrupulous people. So with the agent, the agent's gonna always want a percentage of what you got. Here's what happens to a lot of these kids. The agent will negotiate something, and then there'll be money there. But then sometimes people have been paying the family anyway. So by the time that player gets to get some money, so many people have been owed because they have been paying. Is that really a lot of these amounts they don't wind up getting it, and we haven't even gotten the taxes because some places that you take that contract that you can't take it. That's why I sat back and said for Nico, 2 million in Knoxville goes a lot further than 1.75 in LA. Two totally different things.
And
So I'm saying is that with the agent aspect, this gets ugly and the rich are
Ugly.
just going to get richer. And then this is going to be about we're throwing education out the door because we're going to the best bidder and not always the best fit because the
And
agent wants the money.
And you have double agents. They'll be representing you, but then they'll be representing the guy that you're negotiating against. So you're going to get situations where they're not necessarily representing you, right? Because they're representing the other guy. They're representing too many people. So you have to understand how ugly this gets, right? And then agents are going to start giving out loans. Usually these agencies, they have a big purse. So you hire your family hires an agency, right? And you're trying to negotiate what the agent is going to do because there's snakes. You do not want these snakes in this game. What the agents are going to do, they're going to give you a loan based on whatever valuations that they think you are. They'll give you a loan based on that. And some of these parents, they don't know any better. They're going to take the loan. So you take the loan and then you don't negotiate or you don't get the amount that you're thinking that you should be getting. And guess what happens? You got to pay that money back. That money's not free money. And these kids are going to start getting into debt. And before you know it, it gets ugly. Kids start doing crazy things. I ain't going to say what happened at LSU. I'm just saying. Crazy things start happening. Stories start coming out of the wazoo. And then it becomes an agent sport and no longer a college thing.
So let me ask you this before you click, I would say it. So let's say you get an agent 20, 30% in college. All right. And then understand, like in the NFL, y'all do know is that you can sign a $10 million contract for 3 years, but you don't get 10 million all up front. You get paid for a game. Most of those players take their contracts, go to a bank and borrow off of it. So let's say, for example, let's make it a 4-year contract. So that's 2.5 million a year. It's that so when you start taking out the agent's cut, that 10 million went to, let's say, 8. You still got to pay that agent. So that's 20%. Then if you borrowed, you might be at an interest rate because it's probably going to be at a higher interest rate because it's not necessarily guaranteed unless they're a first round pick. So now I'm probably paying around 18 to 20%. Another 20% then came off of that. So that 10 million is now down to what 6 million. And I hadn't even paid taxes. If I play in a place like California,
40%. You got to
you
pay
see
at
what I'm
least
saying?
40%
So
in
now
taxes.
10 million just went to around 3 million, 3.5, 4 million. And then if you don't have stuff in your contract to pay for, like your off season, eating, your place to stay, all that kind of stuff, you see where that money just went? And we talk, so that's what I'm saying. Even in this, is that these kids, they're loans that people make and they charge interest. They're not bank loans, but you're gonna pay the interest so the family gets stuff, and they'll continue to feed that family and give them money until it reaches a certain point, and then they will throw them to the wolves once they are not playing on that field. I'm telling you this, and y'all know I'm a big Bama fan. I'm telling you stuff I've seen in the SEC. It is what it is. So while we're saying this, folks,
whoa. You see how you tried to glaze over that, Harry?
no, I call it out. I call it out for what it is.
So Nick Saban been doing that for years, huh?
Bro, they've been doing this
This is age-old stuff.
This ain't nothing new at
I
all.
couldn't have built the SEC.
I just wanted to make it known. Nick Saban been cheating for years, huh?
Get it. They all cheating. Down there in Miami.
DC, he's trying to trap you. Don't fall for the trap, DC.
Hey, at the end of the day, is they all been doing. I'm not gonna sit here and act like they don't. It's just been hidden. Because watch this. Who was paying Travis Hunter when he went to Jackson State? Do you know?
Oh yeah. I mean, Travis Hunter got his money. I don't know who paid him. I don't know who paid him. But somebody paid him.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Somebody
is that folks,
them, yeah.
somebody's paying folks and all. And guess what? I'm all right with that. I understand. Bro, I used to see folks get $100 shoes after the game when Gene Stallings was the coach. And I knew some of the players. They'd go into their locker and they would be brand new shoes with $100 bills off in the shoes. They could go and get clothes. Jameis Winston with crab legs. Do we need to say anything else?
Yo, it gets ugly, but from the angle of saying, "Hey, I think Nico, did something wrong," and people thinking like, "Oh my gosh, his career is over." I feel like we need to be on the inside understanding, like from the angle that you came from. You said, well, he what if he did everything that you said, but the coach just was not trying to play ball, or the school was not trying to play ball, and it just said, no, we good.
Because
But
the school got another girl. Like I said, your girl ain't leaving. Let somebody else that the school will get another girl, and then somebody will be transferring.
So
That's why I would.
but that's the whole idea of negotiation. We don't know the other side of the negotiation, so we're pinning everything on him, saying that he did wrong. You feel me? Like, oh, he should have just agreed to whatever. What is a negotiation when you have no leg to negotiate? Then it's not a negotiation. But we just got the school saying, no, we don't want you. We're gonna move on, and then we're saying, oh my gosh, he should have done X, Y, and Z. But I don't think that that's how this thing played out. We just don't know the other side.
Well,
So
can
yes,
I tell you?
the optics look bad for him, because now it's like, oh, he's leaving Tennessee, a top tier SEC school, and going to a low market UCLA school. Oh my gosh, it looks bad, but he could have done everything right and still had this outcome because the school did not want to negotiate with him.
Well, I mean, truth be told, and you can kind of see a little bit of conversation in the chat. Sometimes, all right, folks. So sometimes when you're recruiting a kid, and if y'all ever have time, go and look up Albert Means. He was a player that was supposed to go to Bama, and that caused a whole lot of stuff where Bama and Tennessee were going on behind the closed doors. And Phil Fulmer, who was the quarterback, the coach, a national championship coach, Coach Peyton Manning and stuff, and Bama, they were having an issue, and this kid was supposed to get 300,000. Now this is back in like the early 2000s, and this is before Bama got put on probation behind this. All right, so understand we talk about 300,000 then. Now Albert Means turned out to not be the greatest player, but anyway, there's other stuff that's going on because schools hate each other. Y'all got to remember that. So sometimes when stuff comes out, because like for this one, it seemed to me is that and sometimes family members get too greedy, or let's say high school coaches will ask for 25, 30,000 to try to steer people. That happens a lot. So what happens? Have you ever heard of that, Harry?
I've heard of which part you talking about?
I know I'm saying a whole lot of stuff that you probably going, dang, I ain't know that. Dang, I ain't know that. But the thing being that college coaches get paid, but family members like an uncle will all of a sudden show up with a car to persuade so and so to go to their
Oh yeah,
school.
everybody's palm gets greased.
Exactly. So what happens? Sometimes you have people that's going to boosters and they're getting way too greedy that they're like, "Nah, we're gonna cut this off."
But that was my question. Are you saying, like, if we don't know the other side, then why is everybody going to the, oh, he was greedy situation? If you don't know what happened, how can you be so sure that it was greed that led to this decision? Because you don't know. We don't have any idea.
That's my thing. Like it could have been discussed contractually, like, hey, we're gonna pay you more money. And he may have just very well been holding the university to, hey, y'all supposed to be paying me this amount of money. How come I'm not getting it?
Yeah, it could have just been him just saying, "Hey, what about this other thing?" Right? So it could be that, but I just feel like everybody jumps to the conclusion of, oh, you're being greedy, and I feel like this is that age-old question, or that age-old argument when we were pre NIL, because that was the whole thing. When the players are asking, "Hey man, I'm busting my butt, I'm missing class, my family, all that stuff is going on, and we're not getting paid. You guys are making millions." That was the question. That was the argument. It was greedy. It was like, "Oh, you players are being greedy. Just shut up and play, or shut up and you're in school, you're getting scholarships, you're getting free education. Just shut up." And now it's like we're using that same argument on every time something comes out. We always side with the organization, never the player. It's always the player is at fault.
Yep, you get
let me
paid
ask you
now.
this:
You be quiet. That's not right.
Because TH brings up a point in there. It's a parallel, but to a point, like how many of us were surprised at how much Cormani was getting paid?
How many what?
I wasn't shocked. I mean, he was #1 cornerback coming out of high school. I wasn't
How
shocked.
much were we getting surprised at how much Carmani was getting paid at CU, even though CU don't pay folks, right?
Well, it's not CU that's paying it, right? Let's just make sure that we understand like who's paying it. But $30,000 per month. I mean, and then he was a scrub.
Who knew that?
Huh?
See what I'm saying? Who knew he was getting paid like that though?
No, I don't think
Until he
anybody
left.
did. Nobody did.
It didn't
We
come
knew
out.
he was
It
getting
didn't.
paid, but we didn't know how much.
It didn't. And when did it come out?
After
It came out
after the separation, after the divorce.
Okay, to see what I'm saying, the dirty laundry will often come out, and you can sit back and say, "Cause so now it was all put on Cormani." But then weird thing is, Cormani goes someplace, gets a preferred scholarship, then earns a college scholarship. Look, so who was actually the issue? Do you see what I'm saying? I get what you're saying is
No,
that
but
we've heard
it's a
Tennessee
one-sided
side.
thing. We could have been wrong about the Cromani situation, but we knew that we weren't wrong. Like it wasn't. I don't think anybody said, "Oh, we're blaming Colorado. We're blaming the." No, nobody was. We weren't having this argument. This argument was a matter of he literally said, "I don't want to play for clicks." You know what I'm saying? Like, have you heard anything from Nico? You ain't heard nothing from Nico. It's just one-sided.
Radio silent.
Everything's coming from the university, right? And you know the person with the biggest microphone is going to lead the narrative and lead the conversation. We've heard nothing from his family. Nothing.
But you know what? That could go ahead, Jr.
I'm gonna say I actually got respect for Coach Prime and everybody. They didn't bash Carmani. Coach Prime ain't say nothing bad about Carmani. He just, hey, I wish the young man well. There were some things I wanted or expected from him that it just didn't come to fruition, and I wish him well.
But the issue wasn't. But the thing with me, the issue wasn't trying to get back in the CU and Cormani. I know that's not where you're going. It's to a point of some people believe Cormani and some people believe what Coach Prime was saying.
Yeah,
And so,
that's gonna happen.
right.
Yeah.
So you have that. So Kerry's asking that question. All we've really heard is the school side. So I use the Cormani as a thing of you have different things. Which I would sit here and tell you, he did go out and tell his story. Now, folks didn't believe it, but he did. Which now brings to a question of if I am trying to get a better deal, being the Nico's family, then why aren't they saying anything? Because the longer you let the other schools talk, you lose leverage. Why aren't they talking?
Yeah, you lose leverage, but at the same time, what if they came out and said, well, Tennessee, promised us this and they promised us that, and we never got it and we never did that. You still lose leverage, because then the other university would be like, well, dang, he just airing out all Tennessee dirty laundry. Why should we bring him in? He probably air us out if we don't give him what he want either, or give him what we contractually spoke about. So it's a double-edged sword for the Nico situation. Like I hate it for the young man. Actually, I love the way.
You
I
would
love
never
the fact
win.
that he. Yeah, I love the fact that, hey man, he advocating for himself. Hey, I'm asking for this amount of money, whether he asked for it or whether it was so contractually supposed to be given to him or whatever the case may be. And the university stood on business and they said, well, you could just leave. And then instead of him tucking his tail and being like, all right, well, y'all said I'm leaving, I'm going to just stay here and figure it out. He's like, nah, man, I'll find somewhere else to go. Cool. I mean, look, I might have to learn a hard lesson, but I'll find somewhere else to go. That's fine. And he's going to go somewhere else. And now it's up to Nico to be the player that that Tennessee wanted him to be, or the player that he thought he should be or thinks he should be, or the high school talent that he came out as. You got to go to UCLA and you got to ball out. You got to put up big numbers. You can't go to UCLA and throw for less yards, because now the narrative is going to be painted even worse. Oh, he a scrub. Oh, he this. Oh, he, so he betting on himself, and I like that, because I wish I had that. I wish that a booster would have came up to me while I was playing college ball. Man, I would have took him to the cleaners. But I wasn't that good. I was good enough to be on the team. Then I got hurt. You know what they did to me? Man, they threw me off to the side.
But that's what happened.
You don't have this scholarship no more. So I had to go. Yeah, I
Go
have to go
ahead.
to a lower level. With a promised scholarship. I got there. Then the scholarship wasn't even promised anymore. And then that's when I joined the ROTC. So I could play ball and then finish school so my school could still be paid for.
Well, I heard that you did do well, and that when you go back, they didn't retire your jersey, they retired your sock though. They
Hey,
lifted it up.
I take some. But I wish they would have lined my pockets, man. I would have had a field day with
Crazy,
a booster.
DC.
A
Yo,
field day. I
hey,
need more. I
they,
need more. I would have been begging. I need more. But I wasn't that good. But yeah, there was guys on my team because I played well before NIL and all of this stuff and transfer portal rules. I played well before that. So I've seen guys get things, and yeah, did it create a little discord or a little rift in the locker room every once in a while? People be like, man, I ain't getting that, but obviously the guy that's getting it, he putting up the numbers. So you kind of realize your pecking order and fall in line and hope that a booster leave a little envelope for you. Or hopefully I go to my locker and this little envelope folded into my practice uniform. Cause that's how they used to get theirs.
oh, that's how. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
But
they would undo
with a little bit of a note that says "throw this game."
that.
I
Somebody
need you
get
to
a
throw
little
this game
envelope.
tonight.
Because we would come into basketball practice and your jersey and our game jersey, not that, outstanding equipment and staff, man. Shout out to Oral Roberts, man, University. I love that university.
Oh, you're
staff,
definitely a
man.
Christian if you're going to Oral Roberts. My goodness.
And so, but hey, the athletic staff, man, they took very good care of us. But if you came and you saw all your stuff folded up and stuff like that, man, just know it was a little something in that, man. You unfold that shirt, it's a little something in that, man.
Hey, that's an inside story right there.
Hey, man.
how the boosters used to do it.
Yeah, every school different, but you go to banquets and stuff like that, and then you may go to the banquet and already at your seat it's a little envelope for people and stuff like that. So
I'm interested in knowing like what was the note and what did it say? Did it say throw this game or did it say
No, I would never like throw the game or nothing like that.
Oh, but that like you said, every school was different. It was definitely those notes that says throw this game.
Yeah, often it was just it was money in there. It was cash. It wasn't.
But it was cash. But
then
then what was the cash for? What were they asking for?
For that player being a good player, for being
no. What were they asking for? Nobody gives out free money. What were they saying?
They gave you money because you were leading the team. You were helping the team be successul.
Oh, that was just like appreciation money?
Yeah, appreciation money. It wasn't like that. You talking like the movie Blue Chips. Like, hey man, we need you to go throw the game, so you need to only score 5 points tonight.
I need you to say this about this.
Well, but Harry, that was the same. But like I was telling you about the example of Alabama, where they would come back in, and then the cleats will have stuff, or there'll be new shoes. But I always thought with Oral Roberts, they didn't leave y'all money. They left y'all some loaves of bread and some fish. That's what I thought.
Yeah, right.
You wild, man.
Hey yo, let's finish with this thought right here. Fran Brown on Syracuse, wide receiver Trevor Penner entering the transfer portal. You gonna make $2 million at wide receiver? Question mark. That's the homie at Ohio State. I'm not giving no wide receiver $2 million in college. What do y'all think about this thought about the idea of Fran saying I ain't giving no wide receiver $2 million in college? So the way I take it, and I'll give it to y'all after this, the way I take it is like, at the end of the day, man, look, I get it, but these coaches saying, I ain't doing this, I ain't doing that. Look, the game is going to get to a point where this is today's game. No matter how you looked at it when you were playing and the authenticity of the game, the purity of the game. You got to get out of this mind frame, Coach Prime, Coach Fran Brown, and all of them. We're now in a whole new era of college football. This is not going to get it's not going to get better. It's going to get worse. So what are your thoughts? Because I feel like if you want to win, and not get stuck in 8-4, 9-3 land, and just being a good coach, right? You got to play the game. You got to get the money, and you're going to have to do Ohio State. You got to empty the clip. Ohio State empty the clip, and they got him a natty. So what is your thought on this mindset? Either DC or JR Box, who wants to go first?
I'll go first. Look, man, I love what Coach Fran Brown said. He said, brother, you ain't him. You are not him. And I'm not for the pony up $2 million. You ain't him. But good luck to you. That's what I took from that message. You ain't him. Good luck to you. If you think you're gonna find $2 million out there, good luck to you.
Go get it, right?
Yeah, go
but
get
I
it.
ain't giving it to you.
I can't stop you from going to go chase your money, but I'm gonna tell you, you ain't $2 million. So
who is worth $2 million?
million?
Who is worth $2 million?
Jeremiah Smith, that young man at Ohio State, he worth that $2 million.
That's a receiver, right?
Yep.
I think he
Number
gets
4.
$4 million, and that Ryan Williams at Alabama, who I think is going to be up there for the Heisman. I ain't saying he's going to win it, but I think he's going to be up there. He gets $2.7 million, but then he has some other stuff going on there. But check this out, all of y'all. Out of all that, T-Mac gets 600,000, 600K. So T-Mac. T-Mac was getting 600K at Arizona.
From Arizona?
Right. So let me ask you this. If I can get 2 T-Macs for 1.2, or I can get Ryan Williams or somebody or like that or the one at Ohio State for $4 million, what are you choosing if you're Syracuse now?
Well, you gotta consider T-Mac's competition. Is T-Mac going to translate the same in a Big 12 to the 10 SEC? That's the question.
Well, T-Mac was in Big 12, but I mean Syracuse being in the ACC. If I'm at Syracuse, I'm not giving no wide receiver $2 million.
Yeah, ACC and Big 12 are pretty much the same.
Right. So that's kind of how I look at it. Is that
that's a parallel move, yeah.
Right. So it's a good chance I can find a serviceable wide receiver. I'd pay $2 or $3 million for a QB. I wouldn't for the receiver because there's a chance I can get a serviceable one for $600 to $750.
Like a Jimmy Horn or LeJohn Westers. Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. You can kind of wind up getting some folks to come, and you can pull some people from, let's say, like they were a G5, like Wester, and then pull them. That's what I will be going for.
But what he was leaving, I know he said, Fran Brown said that he did ask for some money, but what's the word I'm trying to say? Was he referring to the Nico situation, or was he saying that Penna asked for more? He asked for $2 million.
Seemed to me like the player was asking for $2 million, and for a coach to come out and just basically call the play out. I mean, you must have to have. I mean, because normally coaches try to keep low key. You must have pissed somebody off when they come out. Nah, when you say nah, that's big homie Ohio State.
Yeah, that's how I took it. I took it as
got some vitriol in it.
Yeah, Fran Brown put him on blast. Nah, bro, you came in asking for some money like that. Nah, you ain't him. That's big homie at Ohio State, and that's who I referred to him, Jeremiah Smith. That's why I was like, he must be referring to Jeremiah Smith. Like, that's big homie at Ohio State that's getting paid like that. You ain't him. To get paid like that. So that's how I took it.
Y'all reading it like he mentioned the homie at Ohio. He was like, he was comparing himself to the homie at Ohio State.
Exactly.
Oh, okay. And he's like, yeah, that's Ohio State. They just won the natty.
Yeah.
Homie, you not him. Okay.
Look, you can probably pull up, because like I said before, look, I over-exaggerated the fact that Kyle McCord at Syracuse threw for 5,000, but it was close to it. It was like 4,800. It was something like that, almost 5,000 yards. So if he threw for that many yards, the quarterback, you would assume maybe a receiver or two probably up there, probably got, maybe 1,000 yards, 800, 900 yards. So if you were to pull up Pena's like stats, and if he got an agent, or if Pena's looking at his stats compared to Jeremiah Smith's stats or something like that, he probably like, man, I got better stats than Jeremiah Smith. Shoot, why I can't get paid like him? And probably, this is me.
Hey, where did he end up? Because I think I posted something about where he ended up.
Pena, I don't know.
Yeah, I think he already got snatched up.
Probably did. I wouldn't be surprised if he went to like North Carolina or something like that. They snatching him up.
Nah. The Colorado wide receiver went to North Carolina.
Oh, he did. Oh, okay. Well, good for that young man.
New kid that just left, he went to North Carolina.
Yeah, that's good for him. Strike while
he didn't want to compete. He ain't want to compete.
Nah, man.
He wasn't ready for it.
Strike while your leverage is high. Who y'all talking about? Which one y'all talking about? Who went?
Oh, dang! I just posted it. The wide receiver he didn't even play one snap at Colorado. The new kid.
Which one? Quinn Gibson? I would have saw that. Gibson with Farrakhan. They had a Wilson.
It wasn't Farrakhan, because Farrakhan apparently is catching everything they throw. He jump up 100 feet in the air and catch it. So continue.
DC, weren't we just talking about this?
Yeah, I forget what his name.
It got to be one of them.
Touch 50 Cent Adrian. That's.
Hey, oh yeah. Okay, look, hey,
that's
good
right.
for him, man. What I'll say to that young man, good for him, man. Whoever advised him to like move along and strike while you're at your highest capacity right now. Because look, you fresh out of high school, you don't have no college stats, but what you do have is offers. Look, I had this many schools offer me, so I could still double back to those schools and still get whatever, NIL or collective money or whatever the case may be, or simply give myself the best opportunity to play. Because if it's that same kid, Adrian Wilson, man, he was wearing number 20. He wasn't going to see the field, man. Not this year. Not with the number 20. He wasn't going to see the field. So to me, I think he made the best decision for himself. Because if you stay there and fight it out and, maybe somebody get injured and you get on the field and stuff like that, that's cool. But if you want to put yourself in the best opportunity and space to be like, all right, well, I could go somewhere else and, compete for the same amount of playing time or had a chance to actually play. Because number 20, he wasn't playing. Because who was the last guy that was number 20 for Colorado? He didn't play. Willie Simmons. SRT
I think it was Simmons. Right, yeah, it was.
SRT Willie, number 20. He didn't play. Number 20 ain't. Come on, man. 20 at wide receiver, they're not playing.
I know that's sad, but I mean,
just develop him.
Yeah, but he missed his chance to get his jersey retired. Dang on it.
You wild, DC. You wild.
DC ain't gonna let this go. I'm gonna tell you right now. 2 weeks we have another live. It's coming right back up. So here is Pena's information, so we can get up out of here. We're approaching 4 hours. Career stats at Syracuse for Trevor Pena, or whatever his name is, 2020, 2024. 109 receptions, receiving yards, 1,200 yards, receiving touchdowns, 10 rushing, 15 attempts, 97 yards, 1 touchdown, kick returns, yada, 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 punt returns. So it says his standout season came in 2024, where he led the team in several receiving categories. Receptions 84, receiving yards 941, receiving touchdowns 9, average yards per catch 11.2. So is that his performance earned him second team all ACC honors? Yeah, if you're second team all ACC honors, you're not getting $2 million.
But yeah. I will sit back and say his kickoff and punt returns weren't bad at all.
Yeah,
I mean, he had some good stats.
But look at Jeremiah Smith numbers now.
And I didn't want to do that to him.
I know, man.
I'm saying, I mean, look it up so we can at least have a better understanding. Like,
okay, all right.
Like, what is he comparing himself to? Because obviously you're not comparing yourself to the leading NCAA leading receiver. The NCAA leading receiver, I want to say probably had like maybe 1,400 yards or something. I knew it was
Jeremiah Smith is from Ohio State.
Ohio State, yeah.
Yeah, but here go the thing though, JR. Syracuse had man, it was softest baby food schedule. So they were able to do what they want because I mean their first 6-7 games was man, they I mean it was playing basically Sarman U and you know Dairy Queen State. Yeah, they're playing all kind of stuff, man.
All right, so here it is. So this is a side-by-side comparison. So games played 16. Jeremiah Smith plays 16. Trevor Pena plays 13. Receptions 84, 76. Receiving yards 941, 1,300 yards.
Yep, you ain't getting it, bro. You ain't him.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, who is he comparing himself to? Because the way I read Fran Brown message is like, you ain't that guy from Ohio State, big dog.
And he ain't that guy from Ohio State, big dog.
You know what I'm saying? So who you comparing yourself to?
But I mean, it ain't too bad. The longest reception is 68, 70. I mean, he kind of right. If you look at the numbers side by side, it ain't that much different.
Well, Jeremiah did go to the playoffs. So I guess we got to add that in. That's the whole stats because it is looking 16 games versus 13 games.
Right.
I kind of could see where Pena was kind of like, and that his name where he was
like,
kind of.
He's like, if I play 3 more games, if I play 3 more games, I'm going just like Travis says. If I play 3 more games, I'm going over 1,300 yards.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I had 84 receptions. He had 76.
I can see that because what was his let's see, he had 84 receptions divided by 941, so he was averaging, let's see, I don't want to do public math, so let me
I know, right? Let me grab my phone real quick. Hold on.
Let me 941 divided by how many receptions? 84.
Yeah.
941, so
that's
he
11.
Yeah.
Oh, but it's right there.
Right, 11.2.
Yards per catch is 11.2.
Yeah, but here goes the thing. The competition that Syracuse faces,
and then so per game
is Ohio State played.
Divided by
here
13.
Here goes DC trying to muddy the waters.
Per game, he was averaging 72 yards per game. So let's give him 3 more games. 72 times 3. That would have been 216 added to his 941.
Hey man, it's getting.
He would have been at 1157. So you still ain't Jeremiah Smith.
But hold on. But it gets worse though. It gets worse. We got Trevor. So Pena is he's a redshirt junior, and Jeremiah Smith is a freshman.
A freshman, yeah. But look, all athletes ain't built the same, Harry. That's why I say I knew that I was not getting one of those booster envelopes. I think out of my time there, Oral Roberts, I may have gotten by 3, 4, something like that. But I mean, it was some guys that was getting them.
Yo, there's more. There's more. There's more. Okay, if we comparing accolades, second team All ACC, Rose Bowl MVP.
So that's why I said, I don't knock the hustle, man. He went in there and he spoke for himself, or somebody represented him and said, "Hey, man, you can go ask for more." And Fran Brown was like, "Nah, partner, you ain't him. Like I know who you are. You ain't him."
Let me put the nail in the coffin real quick. While Trevor Pena led Syracuse in receptions and was a key contributor on special teams, Jeremiah Smith had a more explosive season, leading Ohio State in receiving yards and touchdowns as a freshman.
Leave this man alone here. What is he?
Smith's performance in high stakes games, including the Rose Bowl, highlights his significant impact on the Buckeyes offense.
You ain't right, Harry, man. He's just trying to live, man.
I had to drop that note in the coffin real quick because if you asking for $2 million and you saying, well, the homie at Ohio State, then hey.
But I mean, am I off by reading that message like that? That's how I read the message from Fran Brown. Like, dog.
Well, it is. He's saying if you want to get paid big money, go there. But you know what the scary thing is? That Ohio State tried to steal Ryan Williams from Bama. So if you had Jeremiah Smith and Ryan Wood, you might as well just stop playing in Ohio State. Go ahead and give it to them because the outsides would have just been awesome.
Yeah.
I would. I mean that. So, that's the saying is Ohio State is willing to pay that money to get it, and he's probably saying, "No, you need to go if you want that kind of money." Big homie
Hey,
Ohio
hey, what's
State.
in Ohio?
Yeah,
Hold
big
up.
homie Ohio State got you.
Y'all help me out because y'all Americans. What is in Ohio? How are they competing with Texas money?
Oh, come on. You talking about one of the
Historic.
top historic universities when it comes to PWI? Ohio State up there.
No, but I mean, like who's out there? Who's got the bag like that? Because they empty the clip and they got everybody they could get.
Oh man, who knows what kind of boosters they got? What kind of CEOs they have that graduated from companies like that? It'll probably be names that we don't know of, but we see them every day. Probably the NBC owner or something like that graduated from Ohio State. You know how much money the person at Viacom has. So if it's somebody that graduated from Ohio State and they're a contributor or a booster, but a thing to pick up on, just look at the names on the building and you research those names on the building and see their lineage and where they come from and stuff like that.
That's a
You'll
good point.
understand who got the money and who
Well,
donated.
here's one of them. His name is Lex Wexner. He's the founder of L Brands, which has Victoria's Secret's Bath and Body Works.
There
You
you go.
also have a guy who he is what is that? The richest one. There's one that does real estate. His name is Matthew Bucksbaum. He's worth 1.2 billion.
There
You
you go.
no, I'm sorry. That's not him. But anyway, it is because I clicked on the wrong doggone article. The thing is, there's a guy. His name is Yang Huang, and he's worth like 4.1. But bottom line is, they have a ton of them.
Yep.
Dude, look at the thing I just pulled up, bro. Look at this. Remember last year we was talking about this? The roster
that?
comparisons.
Oh,
on the
5-star, 4-star, 3-star. Yeah.
Ohio State had 13 freaking 5-star.
Man, hey.
Ohio State had 13 5-stars, 55 4-stars.
Yep. And look, to give Ohio State credit, because I'm not trying to just poo-poo on their program and say it's all about money. I mean, they win too. They win. Like when you win,
bro,
it's easy.
you saying they win?
Yeah, they
How you not gonna win with all those 5-stars and 4-stars?
Yeah, but I mean,
you better win.
It's easier to recruit when you're winning too. Like players go to Alabama, before we get all NIL and stuff like that, players went to Alabama because they knew if I go to Alabama, man, I can fast track my way into the NFL.
Hey, but what came first?
Years,
the winning
for 1 year and then still get to the NFL.
What came first though? What came first? The winning to attract the players, or they always had that? What was first? Like, what's their history?
I don't
They
know,
were
man.
winning.
I don't follow Ohio State
So
like
you're
that.
saying they were winning regardless?
Oh, go ahead, DC.
Well, you got to look at it from like back in football and how things went, and Ohio being a place that's part of the Rust Belt, so you had a lot of factories back in the day. That whole thing, because Ohio State has schools with the most Heisman winner. Ohio State has 7 of them. Notre Dame has 7. USC has 7. Oklahoma has 6, and then you start getting into the other ones where Bama has 4. So the bottom line is, back in the day, those schools were able to establish the dominance coming up because of alumni and stuff. Because 7 Heismans is a lot.
That's a lot.
That is a lot. That's a lot of Heismans.
Shout out Archie Griffin. He got 2.
Yep, he won it twice. So that's where that which also helps with the Heisman voting, because the Heisman gets vote. So the point being that they
if you win, you become a voter?
Yes.
Yep.
Like Travis will be a voter.
So Ohio got 7 voters? God.
Yep. They got 7. Long as you're alive, you can vote.
Whew. Man,
Yep. So basically, we know this is the win. is that you have to see, this is why I would say this side note. I know we're about to wrap up,
Yeah.
but like after having a Heisman winner, can I ask y'all this for Colorado? Should not that have opened the floodgates to more recruits? 5 stars.
Man, that's a whole nother show, man.
Show is, bro.
Yeah, recruiting is a whole nother show, and why Colorado is kind of like, I would say, stagnant when it comes to the lure of the accolades, because the lure of the accolades should always bring top tier talent. But Colorado has an issue where we're not getting these top tier talent. And are we okay with saying that we're not getting top tier talent, or as some people would call it, we're getting superstars? Like,
I attribute recruiting to two things: winning and what you put in the NFL, and that goes to the coaching staff. So if you attach a record to Coach Prime at CU, it's 13-12. So it doesn't have a track record of winning. Sure, you know 9-4. That's very commendable. From 4-8 to 9-4, that's commendable.
so that's the question. The question to you, JR, since you are the CU defender on this panel, what do you think the recruits that we got, right? The quality of the recruits that we got, respectfully, do you think the lure of the 9-4, the bold selection, and the Heisman, do you think that is enough for that record or for those accolades?
Yeah.
Or do you think it fell under the, it fell under the what's the name that it should have been?
No, I think if you look at the recruiting class this year, to the question you just asked me, I think they're on par. Because if you look, those guys from IMG, they don't come to see you if they finish 4-8 again this year. They're gonna be like, why would I come to see you? Like, the program is not trending up; it's still the same. You know, like how
many IMGs did we get this year?
They got 2 this year, 2 defensive linemen.
Okay.
So they're
so
IMG
is a good indicator. Then you're saying?
Yeah, I mean that's a good school that puts out very, very good, solid Division I football players every year.
Well, see, I see a different, because to me it looks like he came in, he brought Louis luggage, he bought a trunk, and he bought a suitcase, and right now we got an overnight bag and a shopping cart.
Hey, what was the brand of the trunk?
Well,
Man, y'all gotta look. Yeah,
the trunk,
like I said,
like Coming to America when they came in, it was staying the Louis luggage, but now it's a shopping cart and an overnight bag.
I'm
messing with y'all. I'm just
why
kidding.
does every receiver? Why does it seem like Ohio State gets every top receiver? It seems like every other year they get every top receiver. It's
because they pay for every top receiver.
It's because of what they put in the NFL. That's just like Alabama.
They do that too. You're right.
When Nick Saban was there, you can say they paid under the table, all of that stuff. None of that. Nico Collins was getting 2 points. Nico Iamaleava, however you pronounce his name, he was getting 2.4 at Tennessee. He left $2.4 million.
Iamaleava.
No, it's Nico Iamaleava. That's what we're gonna call him. From
he left $2.4 million.
I'm gonna eat lava.
Like he left that. So when we say, "Oh man, it's all about the money and stuff like that," sure, you could probably. I'll admit to you that some players probably chase some money, but I would say
you say
same
some
thing.
Players. What player is out there like, oh, I want the purity of the game, mommy.
No,
I don't want no money. Who's out there? Who's left?
People want to fulfill their dream and their future. So if they have a dream or a future of playing in the NFL, how can I get there the fastest? I could go and be like,
you're right for now, but that argument is
I'm just saying because to me basketball is different because that's my game. Like basketball, boxing, basketball is different. The number 1 basketball recruit, AJ Gabanza, He going to BYU. BYU not known for no powerhouse basketball team, but they giving him $6 million. He's gonna be projected #1 pick regardless of where he went to the NBA. He could have went anywhere. BYU offered him the most money, so he was like, "Yep, I might as well take the most money. I'm gonna go to BYU. The coach is gonna let me play how I want to play, and I'm gonna be there 1 year, and I'm out."
Well, I guess my thing is, if that being the case, JR, that is your position, then I would say then that would mean that Colorado would at least be a minimum of DBU two-way player U. Should it
They
not?
got, they got to put him in the NFL first. So next year, like after this draft, and you see Travis get drafted #1, now kids can look and be like, "All right, well, Travis went #1. Man, I can do that. I can do that. I played just like Travis, or I can see myself." Like people got to see it.
But they
That's
also
how
got
Nick
to.
Saban
But what if they don't
recruit
win?
so well.
What if they don't win 9 games this year? Then what?
Yeah, I mean, that's why I say it's a combination of it. That's why I say it goes to the coach. Like the coach has to win. It's not just the players. The coach got to win.
So then what is the narrative without Shador if Coach Prime does not win? Then what does that narrative tell you?
That narrative tell me what about Coach Prime? I mean, hey, you got to win. Like,
So what do you think people are going to be saying? So without Travis and Shador, and then we go 6 and something, or we win 5 games.
you got to win. Like, you have to. You got to win. To me, this is the most important season for Coach Prime.
It is
because he already
This is,
knew
yeah.
what he knew what he was getting from Shador and Travis.
You
Like,
think he's scared? You think he's scared?
No, I don't think he's scared, but I think his patience will be short this year. I honestly think, and if people follow me on YouTube or listen to what I have to say, I've said this many times before. Coach Prime he's done with the my bad coach. My bad coach. He all out of those excuses. He's not trying to hear that from players. My bad coach. But you know who could say that? Travis could say that, my bad coach, because he believed enough in Travis to be like, he gonna say my bad and he gonna get it right. I believe enough in Shador, he gonna say my bad and get it right. I believe enough in Shiloh, he gonna say my bad, get it right, and so on and so forth with the other players.
Where do you rank this recruiting class? Where do you rank this recruiting class?
This recruiting class, as far as like ranking them towards what? Towards CU's recruits, prior recruiting classes, or nationally? It's like what am I ranking it against?
No. Other, like you're ranking it like, I would say just rank it in the Big 12. Where do you put them at in the Big 12?
Yeah, I would have to do more research. I don't know enough about every recruiting class in the Big 12.
Or let's give it to Dion, then do it against Dion's 3 years.
Do it against his 3 years? This is his best recruiting class.
This is?
Yeah. For him at CU,
who's your Travis and who's your Shador?
This is his best recruiting class.
Who's your Travis and Shador?
Travis and Shador came in separate recruiting classes.
But it's 3 years. You're doing the 3 years. If you're saying this is the best recruiting class, then who are you saying is your Travis and who are you saying is your Shador?
You can't say who's your Travis and Shador because they came in separate recruiting class. If I'm ranking it against Coach Prime,
but you said the 3 years, right? Maybe I don't know if my
he's talking about
right?
at CU, not necessarily from Jackson State and all. He's saying since he got to Colorado, which would have been Travis and Shador showed up at the same time, then out of those.
But DC and Harry, he
was at Colorado for 3 years, right?
Yeah, but he already recruited. He already recruited Travis and Shador.
No. But I'm saying, right?
You're saying portal counts too, right?
Right, everything. So if he brought in Travis and Shador, and this is his best recruiting class, with including Travis and Shador's years, then who are you saying is your Who are you putting in Travis's shoes, and who are you putting in Shador's shoes?
To me, I don't understand the questioning because it's
DC,
like
DC, you understand the question?
You're comparing the.
All right, let DC answer the question. Let DC maybe clear it up or answer the question, then it will give you an idea.
I would say that, truth be told, his first year was probably his best year recruiting. Let me tell you why. because of the
Travis,
fact
right?
exactly why. Now, I'm not saying the bad year. I'm not saying that there's a big chasm between the first and second year. I think he did a phenomenal job second year because he got people to say, "Hey, I can come to this program and build something."
Right.
This year, what he brought in, I think it's good enough to be competitive. But now here's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that Colorado could not go all the way. I don't see that. But what I'm saying is what I see in all
Go
the
all the way, but
data
not in the play.
that I looked at is that if I were just to look at it on paper, then I would not be sitting here saying they could be number one, but it all depends upon how Salter plays. If Salter comes in and plays lights out, y'all gonna kill it. If Salter comes in and does
Do
what
we
he
know
has
how
been doing.
accurate Salter is?
Well, see, that's the thing about it, Harry. Now, some people would sit there and say, "Oh, I know I don't watch film. I watch TCal and X, Y, and Z, and I listen to what they say," which they do great analysis and breakdowns. But again, you're talking about, again, a team when you have 2 first-round picks, you're supposed to be 9-4, 10-2, 11-1. You are supposed to when you have first round. When you don't have first-round picks, it might not look that good. Okay.
College Bound is saying Julian is better than Shador from high school.
Yeah, if you want to go composite for composite, that's a true statement. Thank you, college bound CFL. That's a true statement.
So
If you want to
then
go composite,
Julian is Shador year one Jackson State. Is that what we're saying?
if you like I said, that's
Don't
what
stutter.
I said.
Don't stutter.
How can you rank? You're asking me to rank the recruiting class or saying, well, who's gonna be Travis and who's gonna be Shador when they were recruited in separate classes? They didn't come together. They
But the
came
point,
separately.
but here go the
But
thing, JR. Here's what I would say this from this standpoint. So we knew we had an awesome quarterback can make all the throws from Shador, right?
Right.
mhm.
Okay, because I think I get what you're saying, but I'm saying as far as assessment now. But we also knew that we had a receiver that could catch any ball that was thrown up on
Mhm.
offense.
He was an
Mhm.
Art
We
Monk. He
also
was
right,
straight up Art Monk.
right. We also knew that we had a shutdown corner with Travis, correct?
Mhm.
So that means is that you had a half a field on defense, and then you had the entire field where you can throw the ball on offense. You should be 9-4, really, to a certain degree. If you think about it, they was underachieved. They should have beat Kansas, and they should have beat Kansas State, which would have made them 11-1. Correct? Can we agree they could have beat both of those teams?
Sure,
No,
but again,
not on the field of what we saw.
that's pushing the narrative somewhere else. But sure, from that explanation, you push the narrative. But sure, I will concede to that. But you did push the narrative further down because the original question from Harry was, where does the recruiting class rank for CU? And I'm like, I'm thinking, okay, Coach Prime been at Colorado 3 years.
Yeah.
But
And
they
he's
bought
done
Travis
3
and
years
Shador at the
of
same
recruiting.
time.
Yeah,
But Shador and
Travis
Travis
and
came at the
Shador
same
came
time.
together, right?
he's done 3 years of recruiting. And so I'm looking at this, and you're like, well, who gonna replace Travis and Shador? Well, it's not about replacing Travis and Shador. It's about recruiting to make your team better. You don't have to just replace those players and say, oh, well, that's gonna make the team better because we replaced Travis and Shador. No, you recruit to make your team better. You recruit better athletes to make your team better.
I
So
don't think
okay,
he's
so hold
saying.
on,
I
hold on,
don't
hold
think
on.
he's saying.
DC, hold on. So are you saying? I think I understand. My brain just connected with what he's saying. So are you saying Colorado is a better team now, but before they have better individuals?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying Colorado has recruited more talent to the team. If you
So,
look at the
so
first, you
now
look at
they're
the
a more
first year.
well-rounded team as a unit. They are a better team than the first 2 years.
Yes, they recruited better talent. Yes,
Okay.
yes, Harry, they
So
recruited
can
better
I stamp
talent.
this? It's 4 hours in. Can I stamp this that you're saying that Colorado as a team is a better team than Shador and Travis's teams prior to them, right?
I didn't say a better team. I said they recruited better talent.
I got what you're
So
saying,
the,
JR. You're
the, the
basically
the team aspect won't come until wins and losses with the recruits that you have.
I
But
got
me
what you're
saying that
saying.
they recruited better
DC,
talent,
break it down
yes,
for
they
me because I
recruited
don't know.
better talent.
Break it down
Okay,
for me.
I think what he's saying is this: is that they lost Travis and Shador, but they recruited players where they won't lose in productivity that those two gave them. Now it's just spread out amongst the team. And even in the comments on what we're saying is that 2 versus 10 is that if you have 10 players, because the thing is,
See that?
you
See,
don't
look, Miss anyway, Miss Anyway is saying the same thing. Who
right,
on this team in this year is Shador and Travis? That's
what the
from what
bottom
I'm
line is.
understanding. I'm coming up with these
Well,
questions too.
here's two things. Is that really we're not. If you think about it in the grand scheme of football, I'm not trying to replace the two individuals. What I want to replace and improve on is their productivity. That's the name of the game. And if my team can do it versus two people being responsible for it, I'm good. Now, what you and Miss Anyway is asking is, did you replace those dynamic players? Can we keep it real? No, you definitely did not replace Travis
So then,
Hunter.
how do we have a better team? Like you're saying, okay, three catches over here, 4 catches over there, 5 over there.
Yeah, I'm saying yes.
As a whole, we're better. But you're saying there's no dynamic players.
I'm saying it's likely. I'm saying my hope is that even though you don't have the dynamic players, like for example, other than Scatterboot, like none of y'all can tell me the receivers and the QB that was for Arizona State because they had a pretty good team with one good player. You're probably going to have a good team, but I think what I'm hoping for, I need to see it, is that because if they don't replace that productivity, it ain't going to be good at all. Because nobody's going to be scared to throw on CU the first couple of games like they were
Okay,
with
so look,
Travis.
college bound is saying you replace Travis with multiple people or Mario
Yeah,
Miller.
there
DJ
we
McKinney.
go.
Okay. I'm starting to understand. I think my brain is starting to catch up. Okay, so then let me ask this question. If that's the case, then we got a better team, Mr. JR Boxing. If we do have a better team, would that mean that we should equal to the amount of wins that we had or no? Like nothing's guaranteed. I get it, but like, so does that mean that we can we should at least, if we got a better overall team, you answer for JR Boxing because he may be busy. So if that means that we should either equal the amount of wins or at least get better, right? If we have a better overall team.
If you're saying you got a better overall team, then I would say you should. If you're saying the team is better, then you should be somewhere around
8 or 9
10,
wins.
8, 9 wins. I mean, right now Vegas is saying 6.5, so that would kind of go along with it. I can't.
So if Vegas is saying 6.5, then that means that we did get better because last year they were saying 5 point something.
Right.
So that means that means JR is right. That means that supports JR's argument because last year it was worse, right? It was lower.
Well, here go the thing is that
I think it's that 5.4. It was 4 something or 5 something last year.
It was 5.5. The thing
5 something, right?
Right, it was 5.5. But I think the thing
so the JR is right.
Right, but the thing is that okay, here's the thing about the CU schedule. CU's schedule has some cupcakes, like I think a Wyoming, a Delaware, and there's
There's
another.
only 2 cupcakes though.
Well, again,
and once you get past the cupcakes, is God, the Lord help us.
Okay, see, that's gonna be the things is because we can sit here and say CU got better. And guess what? I will concede that CU got better. But the problem's going to be the other teams got better too. We got to keep that
we're
real.
not worried about those other teams.
Well, that's who you playing.
No. This is how I'm looking at it.
Put it like this. I'll answer
we'll worry
this
about
way.
those other teams later. What we want to make sure is at least we took care of business. We'll worry about them. Everybody's supposed to get better. Do your thing. We just cannot look at. We can't worry too much about somebody else's what they're doing in their house. We just got to make sure that our house is in order. If our house is in order, then the conversation that we're gonna have, we're gonna be like, oh, okay, we can feel good that we're losing Shador and Travis, but at least we know that their production is being handled.
But what I'm saying is that, like, if Vegas is picking, this is what I think Vegas is thinking.
Mm-hmm.
I think Vegas is thinking that Delaware, Houston, Wyoming, Utah, Arizona, and West Virginia are your wins. That's what I
West
believe.
Virginia lost 30 players to the transfer portal.
Right.
As soon as that sucker opened, everybody left.
So that's what I think Vegas is saying. Okay, here is the games that I'm pretty sure they'll win, and I'm on the fence about Georgia Tech and a few others. That's what I believe. But
College Bound is saying that Delaware is not a cupcake. So is that another NDSU or no?
College Bound, I love you. You know, I really do appreciate your takes. But if you're going to sit here and tell me all that talent on CU's
if Delaware is a problem for CU, then we got another problem, right?
If Delaware is a problem for now, I understand why you. I understand a little bit of why you're saying that. I get it.
Why is College Bound saying that?
Because it's not a bad team. It's not a bad team. But, it ain't a North Dakota State.
If this was Ohio State, if we were Ohio State fans,
no. We would have third string. We would be in after halftime. That if we were talking about
that's the window I want us to look at this through. If you're saying that CU is a better team with losing a Heisman and an eighth runner-up and one of the top quarterbacks going first round, if you're saying that losing that we got better, but CU can still have a problem with Delaware, then
you're kind of right.
Then it's like, where's the conversation going? You know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, he does have a point, College Bound. He does. If you're sitting up here and you're not looking at that as a cake, a cupcake, then
how can that give me confidence as an astute college football viewer? Like somebody who says, "Come on now, I know we're gonna do the review shows at different times, but just having a loose conversation, we can't say that Delaware is." Oh, come on, we're gonna pat them we're gonna just get them up out of here. If we can't say that, then how good is this roster?
I look at it a little bit different. I stand on saying that CU has recruited better. Now it remains to be seen whether recruiting better talent equates to more wins. Typically it does. The more players you get, better talent-wise, you tend to win more. But coaching also goes into that, and that's why I say
before you finish your thought, we got to do a show because I'm not prepared. Something inside of me is telling me that I don't like what you're saying about we recruited better. I don't know if I want to believe you fully. Not yet.
It's my opinion.
Oh, okay. All right. Because I'm like, wait a minute.
I feel as though
DeJounte Westford, Jimmy Horn, Block Bully. Who is replacing what is JR Boxing? What is he?
Harry,
together to say we recruited better.
You're looking at the totality of the team, and you're comparing the totality of the team to one recruiting class. That's not how recruiting works, Harry.
Well, first of all,
you compare the recruiting class to the previous recruiting class.
You're right, but here's the thing. First of all, Harry, never put that schedule up again. Okay? Never put that picture up again.
Why?
Man, listen. That's something that needs to go on I don't know, somebody else or The View or something like that. I don't need to see no, dude. No.
You mean this photo?
Yeah, no.
Why?
That might be something that prime sexuals like, but no, that's not the poster that it just needs to be somebody with a football helmet with dirt on their face, not some GQ magazine looking. Well, I'm just
you talking about Prime? You talking about Prime?
Yeah. Okay. Then the 2025 got the whistle hanging from it. No, bro. Let's get this out
Come on,
of
man.
here.
Stop clowning.
DC, you
Stop
wild,
clowning,
man.
man. I
This
thought
the
you were
type
talking
of
about
post
something.
this the type of post that Diddy got hanging up in prison, man.
Oh,
Oh,
chill
come
Stop
on,
out,
out of here.
DC.
man.
I'm
Don't do
messing
that,
with you.
man.
Yeah,
I'm messing
DC's
with
on
you.
some other
I'm
dad
messing
joke
with you.
stuff.
I'm
Listen,
messing
man.
with you.
Hey,
But yeah,
look.
that's why I say, like when you when you pull a totality of the team and say you saying that this year's recruiting class is better than Shadozi, and that's the total team.
Oh
But if
yeah.
you break
They're
down the
talking about
people that they
you
recruited
mean like they
last
came in at
year,
different times, right?
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like that's hard to compare this recruiting class to the two previous years that they
Then
recruited.
we can just
You
go back
recruit
next year or the last year. If we just compare this class to last year, what would you say then?
I would say they recruited better. That this recruiting
Okay,
class
then.
is better than the previous recruiting class.
Okay.
So
All
then
right.
what's the record gonna be? What do you think the record's gonna be?
No. Don't do that. Don't do
I
that
don't
to
know
him.
what the record's
Yeah,
gonna be.
don't do that to him because it's not fair. I know. I kind of understand what he's saying now, but I think I have to rephrase the question to try to understand how good or how much better CU got overall. And I got videos coming. I mean, I'm gonna dig in there. I'm gonna find the nuggets, and I'll pull them out. But for something's telling me I don't believe you. I don't want to believe. Why are my antennas going off then?
I mean, you can look at it. There's several recruiting sites, right, that take the totality of a program and say, all right, their total composite score compared to all the rankings of a high school student. You put all that composites
PFF?
together and you get the average, and you say, and then they spit out, okay, this is a 78% recruiting class, and that composite score puts you at 52nd of 100 and whatever college football teams. Like their recruiting sites already do that. So
yeah, but if I look back at the recruiting,
I can safely say on that alone, this year's recruiting class is better than the two previous recruiting classes from Coach Prime.
yeah, but when I look at recruiting, when I look at 24/7 recruiting for 2025 for Big 12, Colorado is fourth for recruits. They are, let's get to transfer. They are hold on, Big 12 for transfers. It is they're two, and overall, and it's gonna be for Big 12. Um, they are two. So what I would say with no 4-star, 5 stars, this is overall, no 5 stars, 9 4 stars, and that type of stuff. But Texas Tech and TCU and Baylor is right there. So I get why you're saying it. I can't push back against it because unfortunately, I will tell you this. My gut feeling is saying don't expect 9 and 4. 8 and 5 maybe, but do not expect 9 and 4.
I think you can. The reason why I say you can is because if I look across the Big 12, and I think I'm a Big 12 specialist, if I look across the Big 12, I think everybody's going to go back to the drawing board.
Kansas State's not.
You think Kansas State got that much better?
I think Kansas State has probably, well, think about it. Kansas State has a seasoned QB, and you got a couple of others that have that.
Avery is seasoned?
Avery is seasoned, yes.
Okay, but that's 3 years. That's year number 3, right?
Yes.
Okay, then I can put Kate in against him.
No, you can't.
You can't? Maybe not.
No. I think you can.
I think I can. I think I can because they have the same the type of mobility, they have the same type of mechanics. I think I can. Maybe not the accuracy, but I think I can.
Okay.
I can make an argument for Katon against Avery.
All right, and let's forget that the guy from Kansas is coming back again. That QB, if he puts it together,
Kansas or Kansas State? Oh, you talking about Kansas?
No, Kansas. He puts it. Well, they're not playing Kansas. That's right. So you don't have to worry about that. Baylor got better. TCU got better. I think we forget about that because that passer was actually going back and forth for top passer in the league.
Yeah,
with Shedeur.
TCU actually did what we did last year.
Yes.
We got the same record, 9 and 4. So now TCU, like their coach, who I love a lot because I feel like their coach is like he's one of those sleepers and he's very respectful. Keep in mind that he coached his way all the way to the Natty And I think he has his quarterback now. That was the one thing he was missing was a quarterback. He went through a couple of quarterbacks. So now he found it, and they won 9 games. So, yeah.
Then they spent a lot of money. They spent a lot of money.
Yeah, TCU. And I think Arizona's going to figure it out, but I don't think that they have weapons. I don't think Arizona has weapons. They need weapons, and I don't think they got them.
They fired their offensive coordinator, Barber, and I don't know who they have in there, but they're good. But I will go.
We gotta do a show like that. We're gonna do a show where we dig in. We go line by line, and we dig in. And I also want to do like we're gonna do a couple of shows.
But let me just say this real quick.
Yeah.
I'm going to lean on what you're saying at this moment, though, JR, because you do spend a lot more time in there in the trenches looking at stuff. So I'm gonna lean towards what you're saying is they got better.
I'm not
at this moment.
No, I'm scared.
Yeah, I mean that. Look, I just simply pulled up on a recruiting site to say, all right, what was CU recruiting 2023, 2024, 2020, and then this previous recruiting site 2025. If you look at the total composite score, this past recruiting cycle is the best one. I mean, that's what they're saying. I didn't have to do all that groundwork. The people that get paid to do it, they did it for me.
What site was that?
247.
Oh, I mean, it's okay. I mean,
but there's that.
I conceded though. I conceded that I think the way that I was asking the question, I wasn't asking the question the way that you were explaining it. So I definitely concede to that. But I think what's in my head versus what I'm hearing from you. We're gonna have to talk about it later.
That's why I say I get what you're saying, but I was like, how can you compare that? Because I get it. Who's gonna be block bully? I don't know. We'll have to wait for the season to start to see who's gonna be that person.
Yeah, we're losing some instrumental pieces, and I'm not hearing enough. I'm not seeing and I'm not hearing enough. And but the thing is, the same way that Arizona State surprised us. The same way that Baylor and BYU surprised us, I feel like Colorado could really surprise a lot of us. Because
whoa. Come on, man. How can you say the same way Arizona State and Baylor and not say the same way Colorado surprised us?
Colorado didn't surprise us. We already knew what Colorado was capable of. No, I didn't put Colorado in there because I wasn't surprised. I stood by 8-4 the entire season. And we went 9-4. We won one more game. So there was no surprise for me. Yeah. I wasn't surprised because I knew what the weapons we had. This time around, we don't have our weapons. So that's why, and there's a big old a question mark, and we don't know who these players are, aside from some things we're hearing. But I feel like we don't have enough, and we don't know. So we get 1 year off. So we're gonna have to sit back and watch them. And then next year, then we'll be like, okay, now we got this. You feel me? Like we had 2023, nobody really knew, right? 2024, we was like, okay, we ready. We know what we got. It's like that. You feel me?
See, I was the one that was wrong that said I thought CU would be in the Sesame Street on Ice Bowl. Because I didn't think they were going to do well.
Because of 2023, when you looked at 2023, you was like, oh, okay, no. But after 2023, we already knew. Some of us who pay close attention and some of us who evaluate the team at a very close level, I was like, so I know exactly what we left on the table. I know the meat that we left on the bone in 2023.
But
for 2024, it was an easy call for me. I was like, I already know.
Right, and see, for me last year, if y'all noticed, it was mainly I was concerned about the defensive trenches and the linebacker play. That was my biggest question. And at first, it looked like that was going to be true, but somehow they fixed it because they brought in the people by game 3-4. They were clicking on all cylinders. So that's what I can say is that was my question. And they made. I'm gonna tell you this, and then I'm gonna shut up.
You weren't paying attention. I was telling you, DC. I was right here. I'm your guy, and I kept telling you, DC. They fixed it. You're not paying attention. I'm paying attention.
If you looked at the first game and the second game, you can't claim that. Think about it. When you looked at the first game, how they struggled with North Dakota State, and when you looked at when they went up against Nebraska and pretty much just got ran over, you can't say what you're saying. But
No,
what I'm
yes, you
saying,
can. No,
no,
you
no,
could.
if
I still could do it. Now, Nebraska gave me a scare, yes. But no, I was riding with my guys, and I told you that.
But the point being is that yes, you are right. I ain't taking away. What I'm saying is I didn't see it, and the first and second game were validating that, but they fixed it. And one, I'm trying to also give Colorado kudos that I saw in mid-season and in games they were doing things and making adjustments that they didn't do the first year. So I actually had to sit back and eat that crow because I saw the coaches doing something different. And I actually saw, to a certain degree, other than the stat pattern, I saw Coach Prime get a little bit more out of the way and let his coordinators coordinate. He let Livingston coordinate. And think about it. That was the thing. That was the other thing. Because you can sit back and say they had the players, but Livingston was an unknown. Now, bro, it's awesome. That's all I'm
Well,
saying.
that means that you just didn't trust me. Because I
No,
was
I
telling
didn't.
you, remember the Livingston video that I did? And I was like, bruh, I see it. Livingston gonna be that guy. We talked about it a couple of times, and y'all was like, okay, we'll see. And I kept telling y'all, but I know you can get lucky sometimes. I don't think I got lucky because I was digging in there. I kept digging, I kept telling y'all. But College Bound is saying that the defense is the spotlight of this year. So if the defense is the spotlight, then according to how DC assessed things, we just need a serviceable quarterback. And we do have weapons. Our wide receivers room is still one of the best in the Big 12. So what that's telling me, I see some great signs. I ain't gonna hold you. Like that's the thing. If it's like, okay, if our defense is the spotlight this year for 2025, and all we need is a serviceable quarterback, and we still got the weapons on the wide receivers room, in the wide receivers room, I don't see why Colorado cannot repeat what we did in 2024. Because ain't nobody got no Jeremiah Smith in the Big 12. All right, T-Mac is gone. I think overall T-Mac was probably the best wide receiver in the Big 12. He was probably the scariest, the one that you didn't want to face, right? I think. Am I mistaken?
No, you're right.
Yeah, I don't see no superstars anywhere, but I do know that if you have the biggest committees, the one thing we gotta talk about are the committees. The committees in the Big 12 are the scariest thing. So who has the committees this year? I'm gonna do research and I'm gonna tell y'all who the committees are, because if Arizona State comes back out with their committee, if what I'm hearing about Baylor is true and Texas Tech, then we got some problems. So, final thoughts, man. What's your final thoughts? Let's go, DC. You go first.
All right. All right. So here's what I would say that the jersey, folks, truth be told, one, I was joking about the picture, try to add some humor to the show, even though Harry does a great job of that. But great analysis.
Yeah,
I
leave
would say,
the dad jokes.
yeah, I gotta throw them in there, man. That just comes with
leave
me.
it in Auburn.
Yeah. The other thing I would say is that not opposed, folks understand you're gonna have polarizing stuff on the jersey stuff. I would say to the CU fans, fight. That probably was in the fight to go back and forth with people on, because they have a point that's normally not protocol. So expecting people to kind of bend to what you want to do. I mean, we all gonna have our opinions, so we agree, disagree. As far as money, because you brought up the NIL. NIL is making me not like football. I'm gonna be honest with you. It's really
Because
taken
you're
away from me.
old.
I am older, yes. But what it is
You're
that
just old.
when I'm listening to people talk about more, well, I'm a results based person. So if you and I'm about the thing, making the thing. So if the thing is not about football,
Bars.
it's about a Boulder basically getting streets of gold, and everybody's making, the Chick-fil-A is making $10 billion a year in there. That's outside of bounds, and that's not something I'm always interested in. But to each their own. Great show, fellas.
I don't usually have pushback on final thoughts, but what are you talking about? NIL ain't doing nothing to this sport. Anyway, JR, just go. Go. I don't want to push back on this guy's final thoughts.
Man, all right. Hey, well, I say, man, great show, Harry. Keep making content, man. Keep doing your thing. Season coming up. Blessings to you. So hopefully you back on a regular, putting out, more visual content, because I see I'm starting to see the posts that you post, so I'm making sure I go in and like and share it and things like that, man. I'm about to start replying to it now that I have a little bit more time and leaving comments in there, because you're doing some good stuff, man. And that take you had earlier, man, about I forget. It leaves my mind now. I'll leave it at that. But keep doing your thing, man.
You about to say I was crazy on that thing? On that tape?
Yeah, I was about to say, man, you were saying some crazy stuff on the tape, but I can't remember what the take is, man. But keep
Thank
doing
God.
your thing, man. And now that I have more time on hand, man, hey, I'll email you some of my information, man. And if you ever want to get together and do a panel, and I sit there and show my face and we talk sports or whatever like that, I'm up for it, man. Because you seem like a genuine hearted person, and you just trying to, talk some sports and put some stuff out there. So I feel as though I can attach my name to yours and it not be, muddied or sullied or anything like that. Because you seem like a genuine person, and that's just from me visually seeing you on the screen. I don't know you personally, but from visually the way you present yourself, you seem like a good dude, man.
I try, man. I try. It's just, that's people. People have their people wake up on the wrong side of the bed sometimes, and I'm not about trying to throw mud on somebody's name. John the Liquidator came to the game. I reached out my hand. Her Ticket Sports came to the game. I reached out my hand. I'm that different black guy because that's just how I roll. Because I'm not with the competition, because there's a lot of room at the top of the food chain, and I think we're better together. Not everybody holds that sentiment, because some people think that you have to be better than everybody else in order for you to eat. But when I look around, like the college football spear and the talking heads, it's a lot of channels, and everybody like different colors, and I only find that it's my color that's always bickering about something silly. It makes no sense to me that it's only my color when everybody else is like they're collaborating and they're just talking sports. And when I go into the comments, it's always just talking sports. When it comes to us, we got to deal with the extra stuff. So I guess that's what kind of makes us unique. But sometimes it get a little tiring. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes it get a little tiring. Like sometimes some people don't care about race. They don't care about none of that stuff. They just want to talk sports.
Yeah, I will say that, Harry, is
I
that,
just
and
want to
that's,
talk sports.
and you know what, Harry, not to step on that, but like I do realize that sometimes in our community we do have our Selma Montgomery moments, and then as a believer we have those things. So when we start getting into that, and then there's just so many things, and because truth be told, if Black people are owning the field, we could definitely be owning the booth, the space. But it
Yeah.
takes people getting offline and saying, okay, I'm gonna do my shows on this time, or even you do a lottery on preferred times, and everybody gets a piece of those blocks, even if you're short now, because you know that big so and so on X, Y, and Z, that whole little community, they're doing it. It's not a whole lot of us. If we got behind closed doors and had a conversation and basically looked at peak times and made sure we didn't step on each other and did a lot of cross marketing, we would own this place and own it with the marketing. But that's for another discussion.
Yeah. I mean, again, it's not, to me, I don't feel like Blacks have to own it. I feel like we can be part of the voices that is out there. I feel like we don't have to always try to be number one. We can be in the numbers and just be in the space, and we can actually be formidable. I feel like we look silly when we start talking about that extra stuff, that other stuff, because guess what don't happen? When you go to the other places and you see these same people come to you, they're never calling those other guys clowns. They're just talking. They're like, they will disagree, but then they will say in a different way. When they come to us, it's like, then it's like when it gets personal. So I love these conversations. I appreciate you, DC, always coming on. JR Boxing, man. I appreciate you. I appreciate you coming on. Yes, we gotta collaborate, do more shows. I want to start doing more interviews, but I gotta find a way to like get people that want to talk to, you know, the BWBs or this community and see how we can do it. I'll figure it out. But I thank y'all for this show, man. I appreciate y'all. Y'all have a wonderful day. Thank you for coming on. Peace out.
Peace.